Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it!
We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Hey there, HackerFrogs. It's me, the Shy Hat. And we're doing HackerFrogs after school today. We're doing HackerFrogs, free hacking, all sorts of great stuff. So what are we going to be doing today? Let's go ahead and take a look over at the Reddit. Where is it? Over here. Okay. So today is Wednesday, August 27th, and we're going to be doing 4 topics, as is per usual on this stream. The first thing we're going to be doing is we're going to be doing Hack the Web. So Hack the Web is a relatively easy CTF challenge website. And well, the challenges we've been doing these days haven't been super easy, but they're usually a lot easier than the regular CTF challenges we see on other platforms. So we're going to be doing that for the first hour. And in the second hour, we're going to be doing PicoCTF. So PicoCTF is a great place to learn about all sorts of cybersecurity stuff. Today we're going to be talking about JWT tokens, which is a very common way that web applications handle user sessions. We're going to be talking about how we can hack these JWTs, and that's going to be the second hour of today's stream. In the third hour of today's stream, we're going to be taking a look at some SQL injection vulnerable code over at the Darn Vulnerable web app. So this is a very common web app that students use to learn about web application attacks, and we're going to be taking a look at some of the code that that makes it vulnerable, and we're going to be trying to figure out how we can get better at writing code that isn't vulnerable to these kind of abuses. Okay, so that's going to be in the third hour, and in the last hour, well, we're probably going to be spending about 2 hours on the last topic. And the last topic is we're going to be doing EchoCTF Red. So EchoCTF Red is a website where you can connect to their network and then hack against different machines on their network. And they mostly have to do with web app vulnerabilities as well as Linux systems that host them. So we're going to be doing that last. And we're going to be doing that as a collaboration with our good friend OreoByte, who is also a content creator on Twitch. So Inebriated says, evening Shy. Hello, Inebriated. Nice to see you here. And let's go ahead and, well, let's give you a fun video redeem. How about a Nyan Cat? Okay, then we'll start the first activity. So the first activity, let's get that on the overlay. So the first thing is going to be Hack the Web, the easy CTF game. And on deck is going to be PicoCTF JWT challenges. I'm going to put 60 minutes on the clock, and then we will Yeah, so we'll be doing this this next thing for about 60 minutes, and then we're going to be moving on to the next section of the stream. All right. So Te Boho Nakeli says, I'm ready to learn. I'm ready to, well, we're not exactly, it's not going to exactly going to be a demonstration for the first hour or so. The demonstration is going to come in the second hour. But let's go ahead and take a look at this game over here. It's called Hack the Web. So if you go to this website, you can make an account over there. You'll notice that the website is in, Ronan says, I'm ready to do. So yeah, so we learn by doing, and that's what we're going to do. So Hack the Web, you'll notice that it's a German website, and let me see if I can, I'll show you what it looks like when you're not logged in. So it looks like this, and you can make a user account on the website to get access to the challenges. You can also change the language. So it says here language over here in the corner. You can change it from DE, which is German, to EN, which is English, and then you'll get the English version of the website. If you don't want to create an account, you can always use these credentials right here, demo, and HTW123 is the password. So demo is the username, and this is the password right here. Okay, so let's so for each one of these challenges, we're going to do some documentation, because if you didn't document it, it didn't happen. So this is what we're going to do. So over here on the HackerFrogs GitHub, I always document all of my walkthroughs, and this is going to be for Hack the Web, okay? And so I've got a lot of different walkthroughs for the challenges that we've already done here already. And let's go ahead and make a new one for the challenge we're going to be challenging next. So what are we going to be doing next? We're going to be doing, let's do headers. So it looks, we've got all these challenges that we've already finished. The green ones are the ones that we haven't finished. So let's do this one next. It's called headers, and it's apparently challenge number 46 on the website. They don't give me all the challenges for a new user. So I'm pretty sure you can navigate directly to the challenges if you have the link. If you can't, let me know. But you should, even if you haven't unlocked the challenge, you should be able to directly navigate to it. Okay, so before we solve this challenge, let's start up our write-up. So this one is going to be 046, and the challenge is called headers. We're just going to create a little write-up over here, and we're going to include some information. So for example, the URL, the category that this would fall under if it was a regular CTF challenge, the concept we need to understand to solve the challenge, and the method of solving the challenge. Okay, and seeing as we don't know what the category is, or the concept, or the method of solve, let's go ahead and solve the challenge first. Okay, so it says finding secret clues is no problem because you have a keen eye. When you open a website, a lot of things happen behind the scenes, even when you open one that is empty, but the answer was already transmitted in the background. So it says network analysis, usually F12, helps you view all of the data in the background, find your answer there. Okay, so I mean, they've got a screenshot over here, but I don't think we're going to be relying on the screenshot here. They have a website. You have not unlocked this challenge yet. Oh, okay. So if you haven't unlocked the challenge, let me. You can use the demo account and just log in with demo HTW123, and then you'll get access to all of the challenges. Yeah. If you just use the demo account, you can access any of the challenges you want. Okay, so what's going on here? So we got the website, and I'll just get the link for the website. I don't think anybody needs to have an account to access these associated resources. So we're going to put this in a new tab, and we're going to see that this website is empty. So I mean, the website is empty. The first thing we might want to do is we might want to inspect the page source. So you can just right-click and click on View Page Source, and we see that this is also empty. So there's nothing here. So what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to take a look at what happens when we access the website using our web developer tools. So the challenge here said that you can use network analysis, usually F12. So I'm using, I think this is a Firefox browser. Yeah, I'm using the Firefox browser right now. If I hit F12 on the keyboard, this will bring up the web developer tools. So the web developer tools are basically a bunch of tools that help people who are doing web development. And there's a bunch of different tools over here. I think what we want to pay attention to in this case is the network tab. So there's going to be a bunch of different tabs for inspector, console, debugger, etc., accessibility application. We want to go over to the network tab, and then we want to reload the page. So after you click on network tab here, we reload the page, and we see that there are a couple of resources that were loaded in by the page. So we got an HTML page, and then we've got a icon, favicon.ico, and it looks like these two things were accessed. I wonder if we can click on this. Okay, so let's see. We've got a bunch of resources here. And another thing we could do, what else could we do for this challenge? Well, we could also take a look at the cookies. We could go over to the storage and see if we got anything for, well, no. We didn't get any extra cookies for this challenge. So let me look one more time. Okay, so in the network tab, we're going to reload the page. So there's an icon here. So can we load up the icon? So there's an icon, there's a document, and So okay, I'm looking again at the challenge description. So a lot of things happen behind the scenes even when you open one that is empty. I've arrived even earlier today. Hello, Rise Shine. Nice to see you here. We're just doing some challenges from this website over here. It's called Hack the Web, and you can access it from this website. Tufacho, hello, nice to see you here, and welcome in. Okay, so so we got this network stuff. Let's take a closer look at the network at this file over here. Okay, so we got a bunch of headers and, oh, right, okay. So that we've got some extra information around the request. So we got headers, cookies, the stuff that we sent in the request and in the response. So we can just look through here to see if we can find any quote-unquote answers. Hack the box or something else. So yeah, I just left the link for the website we're using right now. And I think, let's see, oh, Antwort. Okay, so Antwort in German means answer. So Wegweiser. I think this is what we're looking for right here. So if you request this web page using the curl program, you're also going to get the same kind of stuff. So let me demonstrate. So this is the command we use over here. And we get all sorts of great information when we request the web page. So this is the command I'm using. Ryshine, it says, out of all the InfoSec channels, yours is the most helpful. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate the compliment. So we see here that when we request the web page, it'll tell you what kind of information we send to the server and what kind of information the server sends back. So we send a bunch of information to the server here, and we see the response in this section over here. So in this one over here, we've got X Antwort. So Antwort in German means answer, and I think this is what we're looking for. So we're just going to copy this. I'll provide the same thing to everybody in chat, and let's translate this. So so remember that we've got an extra layer that we need to use to solve these challenges, and that's the German language. So Wegweiser means signpost, but I'm pretty sure we need to supply this word itself as the answer for the challenge. Okay, so let's go back to the challenge here, and we will paste in Wegweiser and press go. And it says Wegweiser is richtig. Richtig means correct, I think. But for some reason, we our language is switched back to German. So we're just going to go in here to the Web Developer Tools. We're going to go over to Storage and HTW Language. We're going to switch this to EN for English so that we can switch back to the English version of the web page. Wegweiser is the answer. Yeah. Okay, so resend. All right. So this is correct. Let's go back to the map. So we've got a bunch of different challenges. We just solved headers, and it looks like we've got more challenges here to do after this. So we're just going to head on this way. So we're going to go from headers to terminal to cookies delete. And let's do our write-up for this challenge. Raishan says, when I asked Cyber Insecurity for what channels to follow, he says he doesn't want to endorse, and I shouldn't need internet schmoes like him to discover channels. OreoByte says, what platform is this? This is Hack the Web. So Hack the Web is over here. And let's see. Cyber Insecurity. Oh, Cyber Insecurity. Yeah, I know that channel. I mean, Cyber Insecurity is a true professional, and they've been working in cybersecurity for a long time. And he says he doesn't want to endorse channels. That's fine. That's fine. It's that's up to him. So many platforms to hack. What a time to study cyber. That's true. That's true. Okay, let's go ahead and talk about this. So the category this would probably be web app if this was in a regular CTF competition. And I guess we need to understand the concept of HTTP response headers, because that's where we found our answer. Grentplay says, hello hacker. Hello Grentplay, nice to see you here. And you know what, we're not playing any music right now. Let me play some music. Ooh, that's a bit loud. Okay, that's not as loud. But yeah, Cyber Insecurity has raided into this channel a couple of times. I've never had the opportunity to raid into Cyber Insecurity because I don't think they don't stream as late as I do. Okay, so the method of solve in this case is to access the HTTP response headers for the blank web page. And what else? So we can use the curl command to easily get access to the response headers. And I can just include a little command over here. Yeah, this over here. Okay, and we'll include that command. So it's always a good idea to include the commands that you use to solve challenges. That way you can reproduce your answer, and that's very, very helpful when you do challenges that are kind of similar in nature. Okay, so the last thing we're going to do is supply the answer. The answer is Wisewig. This one over here. Wegweiser. Okay, and then we'll commit these changes and move on to the next challenge. So that was kind of fun. We learned about, we had to flex our web app security, well, web app application knowledge a little bit. And let's do a new challenge. So the next challenge is going to be the terminal challenge. So the terminal challenge, you can access it over here. So remember everybody, you can log in with the demo account on this website if you want to access all of the challenges at once. So username, demo, password is HTW123. Okay, so before we solve the challenge, we're going to write up a little thing. This one is challenge number 40. So 040, this one's called terminal. Okay. So the first thing we're going to record is the URL of the challenge and the category that this would be in, the concept of the challenge, and the method of solve. Okay, so let's go ahead and take a look at the challenge. So this is the terminal challenge. It says, black screen, white font, cryptic characters and complicated command, also known by the name terminal. So behind this is a text-based way to interact with the computer. Instead of clicking with the mouse, the desired actions are entered and carried out using commands, and it's not that big of a rocket science, okay? This task contains a lightweight terminal that manages the file system. There are various directories and files. One of these files contains the answer to this task. To move and orient yourself in the system, there are 4 commands. So this is a very easy way to introduce people to the terminal, otherwise known as the command line interface. So it teaches you ls, pwd, cd, and cat. So these are the 4 commands we can use to solve the challenge here. So let's see, start your search for the answer in the file gop053 vjur. Okay. So I mean, I think we just, oh, okay. It says example. So, I mean, the challenge tells us that the answer is in this file right here. So, if we do pwd to see what our present working directory is, it says we're in the slash directory. So the slash directory is the top-level directory of any file system, and I'm assuming that we're dealing with Linux in this case, or Unix. So something that that uses, you know, Linux, Unix-like commands like ls, pwd, and cat. So what we're going to do is we're going to enter these directories over here. So we've got some directories. We need to go into this one over here, GOP. So cd GOP. And then we need to go into the 53 directory. If we do ls to see what's in this directory, we see that there's a bunch of different numbered directories. We will need to go into the 053 directory. So cd 053. And we need to access this file. So we're going to do ls to see what's in this directory. And this is the file we want to access, I'm assuming. So we're just going to use the cat command to read the file. And it gives you a different hint. Okay, so have a look in GDA 644 SDVD. So what we can do, well, what we should be able to do is we can actually read this file directly. So we just need to cat slash GDA slash 644 slash SDVD. So we don't need to move into all these directories using the cd command before we read the file. And this should be able to read the file directly without all those other steps. Okay, looks like that didn't happen. So what directory are you in? Okay, so we need to go into... Let me record this. Can I copy and paste this? I don't think I can. Hold on, let me record this in the chat so I can reference it later. GDA 644 SDVD. Alright, so I guess that means we're going to need to move into the slash directory, which is the top level. Directory not found. Can we do cd ... going up? So this is another way we can move up in the file directory. We can do cd ... So dot means the current directory and ... means the one above it. So now we can see that we're in the top level directory again. So we're just going to move into GDA. Actually, wait, can I read the file from here? So GDA slash 644 slash SDVD. It doesn't let me read it. Okay. So I guess we need to move into GDA, and then move into 644, and then cat SDVD. We've got a different one. Okay. So let's see. So this is the same directory, but instead we're looking at the DNEI file. So cat DNEI. So it says it is worth looking at the directory ZFD in the directory with the highest number. And in it is the alphabetically first file. What? Alright. I guess we're going on a wild goose chase. Okay, so let me write this down. So ZFD, and then highest number directory, and then first file alphabetically. Okay, let's move back up. So I think we can we move up like this? Directory not found. Okay, so we can just manually move up in the terminal by doing this. Okay, and what we're going to be doing. So what do we do here? We move into ZFD, and then we move into the highest number directory. The highest number directory is 974. Okay, and then we're looking for the file with the alphabetically first file, which is going to be F. It looks like F. So cat fgst. The answer to this task is the content of the file shy666pfpz. Wow. Okay. Let me write that down. I've got the feeling that the name of this directory is going to be different depending on the name of the user. Okay, so we're going to move up to the top of the file directory again. We're going to move into the shy directory, then 666, and then pfpz. Yeah, this challenge is it's not super fun. Okay, so let's take a look at pfpz. Synagarten ist wir. That must mean something in German. Let me. This is a pretty. I'd say it's not a bad challenge for people who have never used the terminal before, but for people who use Linux every day, it's a little bit too basic to teach you very much. Okay, so translate is Sun Garden is us. So Sun Garden is us, so I'm guessing this is the answer. Synagarten. Let's provide this as the answer. Was that correct? It's wrong. Hold on, everybody. We need to take a little break because there's an ad running on Twitch right now. So let's insert an ad on YouTube. Arise Heart says this reminds me of the challenge where you had to unzip 30 piles packed within each other. Yeah, kind of. Okay, let's put on some birds. And we'll be back in about 40 seconds. Just need to take a little water break. Okay. So Ronan says that you need to use the entire phrase when you give the answer. Okay, we can do that. Alright, let's put the birds away and let's continue the hacking. Okay, so so the entire phrase is here. We're just going to copy that. We're going to give this as the answer. Down here, paste it in. This is correct. Okay, great. Great, great, great. All right. So let's do our little write-up. We're not going to write down all the instructions. Oh, this is the wrong one. This is the right one. Okay. So category, I don't know. This would probably be categorized under the general category if it was a CTF challenge. The concept is use simple terminal commands. Method of solve. Use the pseudo terminal to navigate the file system and access the files. Okay, the answer is this thing. Okay, commit those changes, we'll move on to the next challenge. What is the next challenge? Let's take a look. So it looks like the next challenge we're going to do is cookies. And I'm guessing that this is going to have to do with web application cookies. Okay, so this is the challenge here. That's the link. And Langston's entropy. Sorry, I didn't answer your question earlier. Let me answer. So this is a free site. You want to try this site also, but this is the link over here. So you'll notice it's a German website. You can switch the language over to. You know, before we do the challenge here, let's start our write-up. Okay, create new file. We'll call this 091. Ronan says gluten free. Gluten free, is that the answer? That was quick. Okay, cookies.md. Let's record the URL of the challenge, the category, the concept, and the method of solve. I'm sure we're going to be able to get the answer pretty easily, but you know what? It's fine if the challenges are easy. It's a good way to teach people who they give the answer in the cookie. Okay, let's take a look at the challenge. This site uses cookies. By agreeing, your answer will be saved in a cookie on your computer. Zustimmen? Zustimmen, I mean, I'm guessing this means I understand. Okay, there are cookies fresh from the oven, baked just for you, my dear friend. You are almost done. Okay, so to anybody who doesn't know, you can answer. Langston's entropy says, thank you so much. No problem with the German. This seems fun to me. Yeah, it's a pretty good game for introducing beginner level technology concepts to people. I might be writing a little course or a little program that's focused around solving these challenges. But anyways, if you want to access the cookies in your web browser, you would go over to the menu in the corner here, and then you can. There should be an option that says more tools or web developer tools. You want to click on that, and then you'll be able to see a bunch of different tabs here. What we want to do is we want to access the cookies tab here, and it says the answer is. So the answer is gluten free. So this is one of the cookies that was assigned to us. So there are a couple of ways we can take a look at the cookies. You can do it through the web browser. You can do it through a terminal program called curl. So let's go ahead and answer and give the answer for the challenge here. Let's see. Gluten-free is correct. Okay. So what else could we do? So this is this number 91? Hold on. Let me take a look at the challenge one more time. So cookies. there are cookies baked fresh in the oven. So I think what we need to do is yeah, it's a little bit more complicated if we want to use the curl command to finish this challenge, because we need to provide our credentials as well. I'm pretty sure we just can't use curl to access this challenge. So here it'll tell you, what does it tell you? Oh, so this is a redirection. Yeah. It's okay. Not chemo. Hello, nice to see you here on YouTube. Let's give you a fun little... Oh, thank you very much for the sticker, Langston's Entropy. Much appreciated. Okay, let's give you, let's give everybody a Hack the Planet. Thank you very much, Langston's Entropy.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get out!
Okay, so I guess we could also solve this using keyboard shortcuts. So which keyboard shortcut do we use? I think it's Control-Shift-I. Control-Shift-I to get this inside of the Firefox browser. Oh, thank you very much, Langston's Entropy. Much appreciated. I don't recognize the currency. So TRY, is that Turkish money? TRY currency. Oh, Turkish lira. Awesome, awesome. Thank you very much. Okay, so let's go ahead and go to the next challenge. So the next challenge, actually no, wait. Before we do the next challenge, we need to do our write-up for the current challenge. So the category this would be web app hacking. The concept is HTTP cookies. So the method of solve. We need to look at the cookies that are sent by the web server in the browser. We can use the Control plus Shift plus I keyboard shortcut in Firefox. So it's going to be something different. In any case, we want to access the web developer tools. Okay, and in the web developer tools, want to look in the storage tab. Okay, so in that tab, we can see the cookies for the website we are using. The answer is, what is it called? Gluten-free. Okay, let's commit those changes, and let's move on to the next challenge. So if anybody has any questions about, oh, not from Turkey, by the way, no worries. I mean, anybody can use any currency they want to. Thank you very much, Behemoth on Twitch. Thank you very much for following on Twitch. You're now a HackerFrog. Let's give you a fun frog emote. How about the desert frog? Okay. Not Chemo says, I'm new to cybersecurity. I searched and I decided to go with web pen testing and maybe network pen testing later. And I started with a small network course and then Linux now in web app. What do you think? I mean, that sounds like a pretty good... It sounds like a pretty good roadmap. I can give you a little starter pack. It's a bunch of YouTube playlists, And if you ever wanted to take a look at some other learning resources for cybersecurity stuff, over on the HackerFrogs GitHub, we've got a bunch of different links for education resources on different topics. So stuff like network hacking or programming. These are all curated websites that we have over here, and they're usually, most of them are free. So for example, if you wanted to learn about computer networking, there's a bunch of free links over here. And yeah, so definitely take advantage of the HackerFrogs educational resources if you need to look up some free resources for different cybersecurity topics. Okay, let's do the next challenge. So the next challenge is LEET. So LEET is over here. Here's the link. Okay, so before we solve the challenge, let's do a little write-up. So this is challenge 106. Okay, we just need to start the write-up. So the URL here, the category, the concept. Behemoth says, I came from making a network visualization dashboard focusing on endpoint device detection, also preparing for cloud security professional exam. I mean, I'm not too familiar with certifications and courses, but if you're learning about a specific topic, I might be able to point you at some resources. But Behemoth, welcome to the crew. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so method of solve. We don't know yet. Let's go ahead and take a look at the challenge here. So this is the LEET challenge. Okay? When you enter a room, everybody knows you got what it takes. You don't have to try for that. But other people want to make their skills visible and therefore write their messages in LEET. Oh no. Oh no, I can't read this anymore. I can't read this anymore. Not Chemo says, thanks man, I'll take advantage of it. I just found your live randomly and I'm going to be a new subscriber. Thank you. Thank you very much, Not Chemo. And yeah, I hope you have a good time here. So to anybody who doesn't know, we also have a Discord server. And if you wanted to talk on the Discord server, this is the link to join it if you want to. Oh, geez, I can't read this. I wonder... I mean, I can read this. LEET is basically using letters and numbers to substitute... Well, different letters and numbers to substitute in different letters and numbers. This level of LEET I can read. This level of LEET I can't read. I mean, I think this says level something. So this says level... and... level and... Okay, if you can interpret this, let us know. So, I wonder if there's an application out there that'll translate LEET to English. LEETconverter.com. That sounds like a good idea. Okay, let's give it a try. LEET converter. Okay, so LEETconverter.com, Universal LEET Converter. Just joined the Discord, thanks. No worries, no worries. So type your message here, your converted text will appear here. So we can decode. Let's try decoding. So let's just grab this entire part and paste it into the... Okay, well... That doesn't help very much. Let's see, Langston's Entropy says, is there a reason why you're using Kali and not Parrot? Kali's more popular. The reason I use Kali is because Kali's more popular and has more support. It's not because I think that Kali is better than Parrot, it just has better support. Kind of looks like console color codes, but not 100 on that. MC25, hello, nice to see you here. Try changing the LEET intensity. Okay, let's go over here. LEET intensity, basic, advanced. Advanced? and ultimate. Conversion history, clear history. Can we reload this? Okay, we'll paste it in. Mode advanced. Actually, let's clear. We're the still isn't. This one's better. Okay, let's try the one that that Ronan is suggesting over here. Just a second. Okay, so let's try this other lead converter. So put text in here, delete it. Pro mode, I mean, we're looking to decode. Put it in the second input. Okay, okay. All right, let's paste it in. Nope, not this. But this. Okay, and then there is different levels and variants of leet from easy to what? Easy and readable to totally crazy. Totally crazy? Your answer is something. Your answer is what? This one's tough. So this is all we need. I'm guessing this is all we need for... Your answer is this. You... Oh man. Okay. Behemoth says, I'm okay. Okay, I'm trying to get into Security Operations Center and Security Engineering. Any suggestions for that? Yeah, I think there's a path on TryHackMe. I think it's called the Sal 1. No, Sal. Wait, is that one for offensive or defensive? I can't remember. Let me. So TryHackMe. Security Analyst Level 1 certification. Yeah, this one over here. This is just... I haven't personally done any of this stuff, but the information's over here. OpenSUSE is pretty secure and practical. I think they've also, if you like using Hack the Box, they also have like a defensive certification as well. But I've heard good things about this certification. Okay, so your answer is... This is a U? This is an M. You can also set up a honeypot and on AWS and Toyota detections. That is also true. So let's see if we can figure this out. So let's go ahead and, I don't know, go into Nano. Let's try to figure out what this word is. So this is a U. This is a U. This is an M. This is an M. This is a V. And that's all I know. This is an M. This is a V. This is a U. What do you think? What do you think this word could be? U. What is this thing? Okay, so let's try. Won't be in English, so I'd try the other side again. Ultimately. Ultimately? One that had the language select. Oh, okay. I mean, let's see. So MC... Ronan says, AI said this, but it's not working. But it's not working. There are different levels and variants of LEET, from easily readable to totally cryptic. Your answer is ultimately. We tried learning the letters from the previous words. So did I copy this entire thing? So this is the last part right here. So your answer is ultimately. Let's go. So this is a Y, and this is an O. This is an O. This is a U. This is an R. So, like, the pipe and the 2 are R. This is an A. So the A is the 4. So this isn't. The S is a 5, right? The W is this thing. So this is the E. Pipe and 2 is R. This is an I. This is the I. This is the S. So this is a U. This is an M. Man, this is tough. So the exclamation point is an I. We also have more words from the rest of it. That is true. That is true. Ultimately, or ultimate. So is the 1 the L, and the T, the plus sign is the T. This is the M. We also have more words from the rest of it. I hope it's not in German. Well, I mean, if it's in German, it's in German, but sometimes no, it's not going to be in German, because the rest of the message is in English. The 4 is the A, right? Yeah, the 4 is the A. Ultimate. What is the dot? Ultimative? Ultimative. I mean, maybe? Let's try it out. Cause this gives me a headache. Ultimative is correct. Okay, great. Yeah, that wasn't super fun. Let's go ahead and write our little do our little write up. So this, I guess we could call this cryptography. So the concept is leet speak. Method of solve. There are websites that can translate leet speak. Okay, and then we'll give a couple of examples. Let's see, there was this one, leet.me, and there's another one. The other one is not chemo. Hello, nice to see you here. And what is... I don't recognize that emote. Oh, that was the sus emote, right? Yeah. Okay. What was the other website? leetconverter.com. Can we do ultimate? Ultimative. That's supposed to be the answer. Actually, I guess we could... It'd be hard. It'd be hard to figure this out if you didn't have some sort of tools. Anyways, the answer is ultimative. Commit those changes. I think we might have time for one more challenge. So the last challenge we're going to be doing today is Constitution. Constitution. Okay, let's take a look at what this thing's all about. All right, this is the link. It's German for ultimate. Okay. Well, I mean, at least it's close enough to an English word. All right, let's start our write-up. So this is Behemoth says, how many have we done so far? I think this is the 5th challenge for today. But we've done something somewhere in the neighborhood of like 40 of these challenges, like overall. So 092 Constitution. Okay. The URL is this. The category, we don't know. The concept, we also don't know. Method of solve. We'll get to this eventually. Okay, let's start the challenge. Oh my. Let's see. So I only feel safe. All right. Only when I feel safe can I bring out my playful side. I often get looked at sideways for this. I don't have to worry about you. I feel safe here. The Constitution should also provide security. So here you can see the first 8 articles of the German Grundgesetz. But what is it actually about? There's a word that appears exactly 10 times in this text. This word is your answer. So note, you need to find the word that appears 10 times, and for that you don't have to understand the meaning, but you can, of course, still look at the translation if you want to find out anyways. So, that's funny. So how could we grep out... Something tells me that there's some sort of Linux command that can get this done for us, right? So the first thing we want to do is we want to just copy all this. Just copy the entire thing. Or maybe there's a Python script we could use. Okay, so... So we got this entire thing here. We'll save it out. And so we've got this saved as test.txt. Okay, we've got ads running on Twitch, so we'll run them on YouTube. And we will put on some birds. So during the breaks, we put on these bird videos, just so nobody misses out on anything. We'll be back in 30 seconds after our little water break. Thank you very much for following on Twitch, Selwind. Much appreciated. Let's give you a fun hack the planet. Welcome to the stream.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
Okay, that's just for fun. We'll just type in Linux command word frequency. See if anything pops up. To count word frequencies in a text file using Linux commands, a common approach involves a pipeline of commands, extract words and convert to lowercase. Extract commands and convert to lowercase? I wonder if there's something we can do inside of Python to do the same thing. So Python word count. Python word frequency. Think of making a word list. So let's see. Find frequency of each word in a string in Python. So we got a little article here from Geeks to Geeks. Input string. Input string. Output frequency of apple is. What is this? What is this function that's being used? Okay, so approach 1 using a list. So split the string into a list containing the words by using the split function. Okay, so initialize a new empty list. Now append the words to a new list by using the previous string. Iterate over the new list and use the count function. Okay, so let's see. So count, well, we're making a function called count. Selwyn says, thank you, I'm gonna hack the government. Hack the government. Well, I mean, don't tell me which government you're gonna hack. Thank you. Thank you very much, Selwind. Think of it as making a word list, yeah? Okay, so sentence is apple, mango, something, something. So declare the dictionary. Wait. Frequency of apple, frequency of mango, frequency of orange, frequency of guava. All right, so let's try to understand exactly what's going on in the script. So define count elements. So, all right, let's grab the code and let's make a little list or a little script. We're going to call it counter.py. So we're creating a function in Python here. So count elements. Check if each word has a what? Has a dot at its last. So ignore the dot. Oh, okay. So if so if there's a dot at the end of the word, we're going to ignore that dot. If there exists a key as elements, then simply increase its value. So if elements in dictionary elements plus equals 1. If the dictionary does not have the key as elements, then create a key elements and assign its value to 1. Okay, so this is going to create the dictionary file. All right, so this is a Python script. So driver input to check the program sentence is equal to this. So this is just a string. So we can grab that whole big thing of text and we can set it as a string inside of Python here. So I mean, we'll use the same variable names that they use. So sentence equals in between these double quotes. And we're just going to grab this whole constitution thing. Okay. Sabino says, what do you do if you don't mind me asking? So I'm a cybersecurity educator over here on Twitch and on YouTube. So I'm trying to develop a program for teaching online. And so I do live streams like this to help educate people in cybersecurity, trying to help people get into cybersecurity. Okay, so is this working? if we do it like this. I don't know if this is gonna work, because it doesn't look like the syntax is working here. I think you can do something in Python called a multi-line string. Python multi-line string. I think you should make it triple quotes. Beaman says, "Wow, let me be your student." I mean, you can come and join. So using triple quotes, multi-line strings with triple double quote or triple single quote. Okay. So yeah, not chemo. You're correct. You're correct. So let's do triple single quote. We'll do triple single quote here as well. Okay, so that's our big sentence. And what else do we do? Okay, so let's see if we can finish this exercise in about 10 minutes. And if we're not done in 10 minutes, we're going to have to move on to the next section of the stream. Okay, let's start that. 10 minutes on the clock. So we declare a dictionary and then split all the words of the string, sentence.split. Okay. And then, well, let's just copy the rest of the code over here. Okay, so we got the dictionary, split all the words of the string, so the sentence, we're going to split it up into a list. So for elements in list, we're going to run the count function on the elements, and then for all the keys in the dictionary, we're going to get frequency of whatever word, and we're going to print out all that stuff. Nakima says, "I'm a CS student, also that's why I know it." No worries. Yeah, I mean, I forget. I write in Python every once in a while, but I forget all sorts of stuff from Python, so I need to refresh myself every once in a while. Okay, so, I mean, this should be fine. Let's see if the script works. So we're just going to run the script. Okay, so we got all this stuff here. Too bad we can't order this. Actually, you know what? We can grep out the number 10. So D, in, and den all have 10. So how can these all be 10? They can't all be 10. Hold on, let's go back to the challenge. Find the word that appears 10 times, and for that you don't need to understand the meaning. 10 times. Which one could it be? Because we've got 3 different results that that came back 10. They're above 10. They're above 10? Okay, so that is the answer. Exactly 10 times in the text. A word counts as a coherent sequence of letters and umlauts. Letters and umlauts? Upper lowercase is not taken into account. Different grammatical forms count as different words. Different grammatical forms count as different words. Upper lowercase is not taken into account, which means the uppercase words and the lowercase words are not the same. So Haka asks, is the answer case sensitive? I don't think. Yeah, it says here upper and lowercase are not taken into account, which means upper and lowercase letters or words they count as different words. So, I mean, it says, is it D? Is it die? Die. Die is wrong. Okay. Is it in? Or is it den? D-E-N. Nope, it's none of these. There has to be an easier way to do this then, right? So counting the number of words. All right, let's just ask in general on the internet how to count number of, actually there's probably a web app. Word frequency counter. So write words, yeah, so we can just paste in the text here. That's probably the easiest way to do it. Let's give it a go. Sometimes the easiest way to do it is to just use a web app that somebody else is using. I did it with terminal commands from the AI. Read and use Notepad. Use the Notepad? All right, we gotta, don't give me these ads. Paste it in, submit. Rect is the answer. How come this didn't get it? Hold on. What? Okay. Let's see if this word is actually the answer. Rect is correct. Okay. That's funny. So this is the whole thing. Let's grep it out. Huh. This is funny. Xmetric says in before root. Well, I mean, I'm not too sure if we're going to become root on this challenge, but we finished it. The important thing is that we finished it. Let's see. Xmetric says we gets. I'm not. Xmetric, are you a German speaker? Let us know if you are. Yeah, this is funny because this word never appears by itself. This is always part of another word. So, like, the English definition of a word wouldn't recognize this as like a separate word. And German is, well, I mean, it's a different language. Did we do the word list in Python unnecessarily? I mean, the Python script isn't going to work. It's going to work for English, but not for... Mein Deutsch is...
I'm system root.
No. Everything's fine. Nobody's trolling here, or at least I don't think so. But yeah, that's really interesting. To an English speaker, these would be different. This would be one word right here, right? And this would be another word. But this part by itself would never count as... Okay, so Operin Dagli says you're a native German speaker. So as a native German speaker, does this count as a separate word? So is Grundrecht and Recht by itself? Would you say that this is this all one word, or is this two words? Well, I mean, apparently in German, that's the correct thing. It's a compound word. Huh. Erect is a single word meaning the right. Okay. Anyways, it's to an English speaker, it seems a bit weird. But you know what? We're on a German website, so it would make sense it makes sense to German people. The basic rights of people. Okay. So a right, basically. All right, so so the category for this would be, I mean, I guess we could call this a programming challenge. The concept is count the frequency of words in an article. Method of solve, well, I mean, the easiest way to do this is use a word frequency website / web app, like this one over here. Wordcount.asp. Actually, let's go back. Yeah. Word frequency counter. Or like grepc. I mean, Colchis says grepc. I don't know if there's an easy way to do this, because the words aren't separated by any sort of spacing. When I tried to, the method I'm thinking of would not have counted it. Yeah. So these compound words, they don't count. English speakers wouldn't think of these as separate words. Okay, so let's go ahead and finish this off. So this is the web app that we used. The answer is rect. Okay. So are you counting the occurrence of strings within the text file regardless of words? Colchis says if you want to count them on their own, you can use word boundaries. Yeah, but I mean, the thing is, the challenge... let's go back to the challenge. Let me go back to the challenge. We would need to know what we're looking for if we wanted to solve the challenge. Hold on. Let me go back to the map. I'll grab the link for everybody if you want to take a look at it. But for an English speaker, it wouldn't have registered. What about changing the delimiter by replacing space with comma and sorting it? I mean, even then we would need to know German. I'm actually kind of surprised. I'm surprised that that this one was able to. This one was able to pull out this this part of the compound word and count those. I'm actually kind of curious as to how the application works here. But anyways, we have to move on to the next part of the stream. Let me go ahead and put another 60 minutes on the clock. I can't read a word of this. It's not English, it's German. So I mean, if you can't read it, that's probably why. Props to you and finding and doing German hacking challenges. You know what? We need to find more foreign language stuff. Because if you can access foreign language hacking platforms, you increase the number of hacking challenges you can do exponentially. Read letters and you can read it all. Maybe. All right, so we're going to be moving on to PicoCTF. So if you've never done PicoCTF before, it's a really great place. The Russians are on an absolutely next level. Yeah, I haven't explored that stuff before. Okay, so we're going to be covering two different challenges, and I think the first challenge we're going to be doing is the JWT Scratchpad, which is over here. It's by our good friend John Hammond, our hacker friend person. Anyways. Xmetric says root and vodka. Root and vodka. That's a fun combination right there. Okay, so before we start, I need to get ready. Okay, so let's see. Topic 2 is done. Or wait, topic 2 is not done. Topic 2 is here. And topic 3 is on deck. Okay. All right. So PicoCTF JWT challenges. These are web app. John Hammond, as in Jurassic Park. Soul Hint says, "Hi, how are you today?" Hello, Soul Hint. Nice to see you here. We're about to start some web app demonstrations. Let's give you a Jurassic Park. Speaking of John Hammond, here's some Jurassic Park.
It's a Unix system. I know this. It's all the files of the whole park. It tells you everything.
I know this. It's a Unix system. All right, so let's go ahead and go to our walkthrough. So we have walkthroughs for all the stuff over here on HackerFrogs. If you want to take a look over here, Ronan says it's only 10. It's 10 for rect without any more letters. So yeah, they actually define what a word is over here. So word counts as a coherent sequence of letters and umlauts. Letters and umlauts. Upper lowercase is not taken into account. Different grammatical forms count as different words. So rect with an E is a different grammatical form, I suppose. Let's see. Grobdor says Cyber John Hammond is a clone of Dinosaur John Hammond. The only path you need to worry about is root workspace garbage. Wow. Okay. All right, let's get started with the challenge over here. Oh, sorry, we're looking at some challenges. So PicoCTF, I think this was from PicoCTF 2019. This is JWT Scratchpad. I need to pull up my PDF file for this. Kryzen 1995. Thank you very much for following on Twitch. On Twitch, not Chemo69. Thank you very much. Xmetric says, don't get the reference. So root workspace garbage, is that in the movie? I haven't watched the movie in a really long time. But root.workspace.garbage, those are hidden directories. Did they reference them in the movie? Okay, so before we start talking about JSON Web Tokens, let's start the challenge. Oh, okay, the location of the garbage file that they reference in the movie. Awesome. Okay, so let's see. TryHackMe, we're not looking at this right now. We're not looking at Docker Labs. We are looking at PicoCTF. Okay, everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the JWT Scratchpad Challenge from PicoCTF.org. So this is a medium-level challenge in the web app hacking category from PicoCTF 2019. The description of the challenge says, check the admin Scratchpad, and then they've got a URL that we can access. So if you want to access this as well, you can go over here. Not Chemo says, I have to go right now, so glad to know you. Thank you very much, Not Chemo. Hope to see you here again sometime. And you know what? Let's give you a keyboard cat to play you off. Okay, so let's go ahead and go to that website. And this says JWT. Oh, okay, so I need to clear my cookies because it has my cookies saved from last time. Just a second, everybody. What? Hold on, I need to access the web page again. Let's copy this. Internal server. Did I shut down the server? I don't. No, that's not possible. Let's delete this cookie. Let's see. How do you just delete it? Delete all. Reload. Okay. All right. Loads for you. Okay. No problem. We've resolved the problem. Okay. So this web page here, it's called JWT. This is a very subtle play on words, and it references the technology we're going to be using over here. So it says powered by JWT. Welcome to JWT. JWT is an online scratchpad where you can jot down whatever you'd like. Consider it a notebook for your thoughts. JWT works best in Chrome, Google Chrome for some reason. You will need to log in and access the JWT scratchpad. You can use any name other than admin because the admin user gets a special scratchpad. So it says here, register with your name. You can use your name as a login because that's quick and easy to remember. If you don't like your name, use a short and cool one like John. Maybe. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to input a username. So they don't, well, let's try using admin. So it says here, name other than admin, but let's try admin. Okay, it says here, you cannot log in as the admin, he is special and you are not. That's kind of rude. So let's log in as HackerFrogs. Okay, so it says here, hello HackerFrogs, here is your JWT scratchpad. So what we really want to do is we want to get access to the admin user, and this is where the JWTs come into play. So let's talk about that concept. Where's my... Is it this one? Yeah. Okay, so here we're talking about JWTs, otherwise known as JSON Web Tokens. So JSON Web Tokens, commonly called JWTs, are a common technology that web apps use to handle user sessions, and they're passed to the web browser as cookies. So usually, when you log into a website, you'll usually, well, not always, but oftentimes you're going to see these JWTs, and these are cookies. And the way that you can identify them is this way. So JWTs can be easily identified as the cookie value that begins with the characters EYJ0. So that's because the first part of the JWT is encoded as a base64 string. So, and all decoded JWT values begin with these characters right here. So open squiggly bracket, and then double quotes, and then TYP, and then double quotes. So we can ID their encoded values easily. So anytime you see something that looks like this as a cookie value, you can usually identify that as a JWT. So if we go back to the application here, we're now logged in as the HackerFrogs user. If we go over to our web developer tools, and then we go over to storage, we're going to see that we've got a single cookie here called JWT, and we see the value right here. So we can copy this value. Sorry, we've got ads running on Twitch right now. So we'll run one on YouTube, and we'll put on the birds. Okay, so why don't you enjoy this bird having fun shaking the peanuts. Okay. We'll be back in about 60 seconds. Just gotta take a little water break. Okay, let's put the birds away. Let's get back to the hacking. Okay, so we're just gonna copy this JWT cookie value here. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna take a look at what we can see inside of the terminal. So in the terminal, if we echo out the value of the cookie here, and then we base64 decode it, we're going to see the first part of the cookie here. We can't see the entire cookie because the entire cookie isn't encoded using base64, but the first part of it is. So we can see type JWT alg HS256. So this is the beginning of the JWT over here. Pebble says, more JWT stuff. So I've decided to do a demonstration on how we can solve some of these JWT challenges. Pebble, welcome to the stream. If you're not following Pebble, what are you doing with your life? Let's shout out Pebble. Pebble also does cybersecurity content on Twitch, but Pebble mostly does advanced challenges. So if you want to learn some advanced cybersecurity stuff, like hacking into Windows boxes and all sorts of great tools that let you do that, then go ahead and follow Pebble's channel. Okay, so yeah, so we can identify the JWT because it always begins with these characters right here. So EYJ0, and yeah, that's a little trick. So what are we doing? So reading and writing JWTs. So there are many different tools that we can use to read and write JWTs, such as this web app right here called JWT.io. So if we move over to that website, JWT.io, this is a web app that lets you read and write JWTs, and you know, it can let you know what is inside of these tokens, and it can let you modify the tokens as well. So for example, we've got the website here, we got the JWT, we're going to copy that, we're just going to go over to this website. Inside of the field here, we're going to paste in the JWT that we got from the website, and it says here that we've got these values here. So type JWT algorithm HS256, and so for the payload, we've got user equals HackerFrogs. So what we want to do is we want to change our user so that we can access other user accounts. So how are we going to do that? Helpful Husky is here. Hello, Helpful Husky. Nice to see you here. We're just talking about some JWT stuff. So the same web app can be used to modify JWT data, which could be used to get access to different user accounts. So usually inside of the JWT, you've got a bunch of information here. If you can edit this information, we could get access to different user accounts. For example, it says here name, admin true. We could start modifying these values. Well, I mean, these are the values for this particular challenge. In this challenge, what we would do is we would go to the JWT encoder. So just click on that section of the page, and it says we've got our payload data. So user equals HackerFrogs. What we can do is we can go here, modify this so that the user is admin instead of HackerFrogs. So you're going to see that when we modify the value of the payload here, you're going to see that the value of the data here adjusts as well. Grubdor says, can we change the name to admin and then change our browser's cookie? Yeah, that's exactly what we're going to do. So we just changed our user to admin, but there's actually a couple more steps that we need to do, because in order to have a valid JWT, we need to understand what the secret is. So there's a signing secret, otherwise known as a key. We need to know what that secret is so that we can sign the key and make it legitimate. So let's talk a little bit more about that. So JWT signing keys, otherwise known as secrets. So the last detail about JWTs is that they must be signed using a keyword, otherwise known as a secret, to be considered valid by the web application. So if the secret is not secure enough, it's possible to brute force the JWT secret with tools such as John the Ripper or Hashcat. So we're going to demonstrate how to do this. So let's see. Let's go back here. We're just going to grab our JWT value in the terminal. We're going to paste in the value of the JWT, and we're just going to echo it out and then redirect that into a file called jwt.txt. Okay, so after we do that, we've got a file in our directory called jwt.txt. It is the exact JWT that we're going to be dealing with. So what we can do is we can use a program such as John the Ripper. Actually, let's go up to the top before we run this command. So what we're going to do is we're going to find the secret from the JWT token here by using the John the Ripper program, and we're going to compare it against every word in a particular word list. And the word list we're going to be using to try to figure out what the secret is this list right here called rocky.txt. So rocky.txt is a list of the 14 million most common passwords, and it's a very commonly used password list for hash cracking, exercises like this. So let's go ahead and run the program. Okay, and it managed to finish up pretty quickly, and it tells us right here that the secret that was used to sign the JWT is this secret right here, I love Pico. So seeing as this is PicoCTF, that's kind of on the nose. We're just going to copy this, and we're going to use this to sign the new JWT token that we're creating. So over at jwt.io, we're going to put in over here as the JWT secret, I love Pico. And okay, so after that, we've got our new JWT token that we can provide to the web application. So after everything is all plugged in over here, we're just going to copy this new JWT token. Grubdoor says, I've seen massive word lists on DevCon Media server. What's the difference between those and Rocky.txt? Some of those word lists are like 5 to 10 gigabytes each. So I mean, the ones that you see on other websites, they're probably a lot more extensive than the Rocky.txt list. Rocky.txt it's very commonly used for cybersecurity CTF challenges. So not that it's not valid, it's just it's a list that's commonly used for these kind of challenges, and it is a list of commonly used passwords. Okay, so we just copied the new JWT, and then we go back to the website. So in our cookies over here, JWT, we're just going to replace the current value of the JWT, paste in the new value, press enter, and then we're going to reload the page. So just click on the reload button here, and we get the flag. So here's your JWT scratchpad. PicoCTF JWT was just what you thought, and we can just copy the flag and then go back to the PicoCTF webpage, paste it in, click on submit flag, and then we're done. Alright everybody, so this was a guided walkthrough for the JWT Scratchpad Challenge from PicoCTF. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and click and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay, everybody, we're not leaving. We're not stopping the stream. It's just I need to record my YouTube videos, and I need to, say stuff like leave a like and subscribe on the video and all that other good stuff. Okay, we're going to move on to the next challenge. So there's another challenge we're going to be covering today. It also has to do with JWTs, but it's going to be slightly different. So everybody, let me set that up. Hoo-hoo1982 says, thanks for helping us. No worries, no worries. I'm here to help people get educated. I mean, I'm not an expert on this stuff either. It's just that I'm trying to present the information in an easy to understand way. Grabder says, I missed the part after you use Jack the Ripper. What do you do with the I love Pico part? Yeah, let me demonstrate that. So when you're creating a JWT token, you need to supply the secret over here. So the secret is the word or the phrase that was used to sign the JWT token. So for example, secrets must not be empty. So what we did is we cracked the secret from the JWT token with John the Ripper. So we just need to grab the secret and we need to plug it in to the web app over here and create a new value. So after we do that, the new JWT token, the new JWT is over here, and we can just copy this and use it. Okay, so let's go here. I just need to delete the stuff here because we're going to be doing a new challenge. Okay, so PicoCTF, this one is from the PicoGym exclusive challenges and part of the web app challenges. So this challenge is called JWT. Okay. All right, let's start the challenge. Everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the JWT challenge from PicoCTF.org. This is a medium level challenge from the web app hacking category from the PicoGym exclusive event. So the description of the challenge says, most web applications use third-party components without testing their security. Some of the past affected companies are Equifax, a US credit bureau organization. This is a breach due to unpatched Apache Struts web framework. Okay. Mossack Fornesca, a Panama Papers law firm. This is a breach that was caused by an unpatched version of the Drupal CMS. Wow, Drupal CMS. And Vertiscope, an internet media company, which was breached because of an outdated version of the vBulletin forum software. Can you identify the components and hack the vulnerable one? Additional details will be available after launching your challenge instance. So, I mean, there is a known vulnerability for the application in this case. What we need to do first is we need to launch the instance of the website that we need to access for the challenge. So go ahead and click on the blue Launch Instance button on the challenge. And then after a few seconds, it says here, the website is running here. Can you become an admin? So what we want is admin level access. So it says you can log in as test with the password test123 to get started. Okay, I'm just going to copy the password. And then I'm going to click on the website. So the website is here. It's called Our Bank. Welcome back to Our Bank. We value all of our customers. Please log in with the username and password. So the username is test. Password I copied from the PicoCTF page. And then we log in. So it says here, try this demo account. Authentication failed. Oh, okay. Let me test and capital TEST 123 exclamation point. Click on login. Okay, hello, you have logged into the testing page. There is nothing to see here. So if we take a look, anytime we have we log into a website, we're gonna receive a cookie that defines our login details. Hoondog21, thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Here's a Hack the Planet. Welcome to the stream.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Okay, so we can access the cookies by going over to our corner button over here in the web browser. We can go to No More Tools, then Web Developer Tools. Then we're going to see here that in the Storage tab, there's some cookies. So this cookie is called token, and we got a particular cookie value. So this value right here looks kind of like a JWT or a JSON Web Token. So let's talk about these JSON Web Tokens. John says, I can't understand this stuff, but I want to learn hacking so badly. So John, hello, nice to see you here. And let me know what you already know about technology and computer networking stuff. If you don't know anything, that's fine. But if you tell me what you already know, I might be able to help you better. But if you absolutely don't know anything about technology, here's a starter pack. It's a bunch of YouTube playlists that you can use, you can take a look at to get you up to speed with technology stuff. Okay, so let's see. Let me play some new music before we go on. Okay, so once again, we're talking about JSON Web Tokens, otherwise known as JWTs. So JSON Web Tokens, commonly called JWTs, are a common technology that web apps use to handle user sessions, and they're passed to web browsers as cookies. So sometimes you'll see a cookie with this particular kind of value, and what we have to understand about identifying JWTs is that they can be easily identified as a cookie value that begins with these characters right here. So EY capital J0, like this over here. So that's because the first part of the JWT is encoded as a base 64 string. So all decoded JWT values begin with these characters right here. So open squiggly bracket, double quote, TYP, double quote. So we can ID their encoded values easily. So if you see something that has this kind of pattern, it's probably a JWT. Thank you very much for following on Twitch. Sid Squatch. Sid Squatch? I have no idea how to pronounce your name. Let me know how to pronounce your name. Thank you, Sid. The second part is also base 64. Thank you for subscribing on YouTube. Hello there. Hello there. Hello there. Hello. Ronan says the second part is also base 64. So the first two parts of the JSON Web Token are encoded in base 64. The last part is not. So there are many different tools we can use to read and write JWTs, such as the JWT.io web app. So what we can do is we can go over to, let's see, where's the website? Here. So this is the website here. We're just going to grab this token and just on our console, we can base 64 decode the token just to see what some of the token looks like. So we see here the beginning of the base 64 encoded information. So type, JWT, ELG, HS256, and then a bunch of gibberish that doesn't get decoded as base 64. And Sid Squat, wow, that's a lot of emotes. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Okay, let's continue. So what we can do is we can grab the JWT token here, and we can use a web app like this one over here. It's jwt.io, and we can paste in our JWT token. So from here, we can actually see a lot of information from the token. So we can see the type is JWT, the algorithm that's being used is HS256, and then a bunch of different stuff over here. So auth, agent, role, IAT, and what we want to do, I'm pretty sure what we want to do is we want to become the admin user. So what we want to do is we want to modify the JWT to become the admin user. Put only the second part to decode it to. Ronan, yeah, that's correct. I think what we can do is we can just grab this part here after the dot. So the dot over here, this is what screws up the base64. But this part of the token is also base64 encoded. Actually, let's. Oh, this is hurting my eyes. Just a second, we'll be done very soon. Okay, so just this part. So auth, this one over here, agent Mozilla something something, role user. We can read this as well. So what we want to do is we want to become the admin user. So what we could do is we could go over from the JWT decoder part of the web app to the JWT encoder part of the web app. So we go over here. This part we're not going to, well, actually we're going to modify this a little bit later. What we want to do is we're going to switch our role from the user role to the admin role. So over here, we're just going to replace the word user with the word admin. And then we're going to take advantage of a very particular kind of vulnerability. We'll talk about this next. So the same web app can be used to modify JWT data, which could be used to get access to different user accounts. So for example, if we've got this information here, we could modify our username, we can modify whether or not we're an admin, and some other information. So the last detail about JWTs that we need to understand is that they must be signed using a keyword or a secret to be considered valid by the web application. So the secret that's used is usually some sort of word or phrase, and sometimes we can brute force and get these secrets in order to sign a valid JWT token. But in this case, we don't need to, and this is why. So we're introducing a special vulnerability. This is called the alg_none vulnerability. So there's a well-known vulnerability for JWTs where some web apps will accept JWTs that have not been signed. And this is also known as the signing algorithm being none, bypassing the need for a valid secret. So the way you do this, it's generally pretty simple. Inside of the application here, we can switch the algorithm that's used to sign the keys from HS256 to none. So just go over here, replace HS256 with none, and then you'll see that we have a new JWT over here. The important thing that we have to understand is that this part of the JWT corresponds with the header. So the header is this information. So the second part of the JWT, and the way we know it's the second part is that they're all separated by these periods. So there's a period here separating the first part and the second part, and there is a period here separating the second part and the third part. But because there's no algorithm, there's no actual key, which means that everything after the period is going to be blank. Bit says hello. Hello, Bit. John says, if by technology you mean like core mechanics and stuff, yes, I know that. So I know a little about Kali, Parrot, and some tools and stuff from tutorials. I'm not a CS major. I mean, you don't need to be a CS major to do hacking stuff. I learned how to do hacking completely from scratch. I don't come from a technical background. I went to school to learn visual arts, which means that I didn't learn anything that has anything to do with computers, but I'm still doing hacking stuff. So I mean, you can do it too. But yeah, where was I? Okay, so the second part of the JWT, which is this information here, this is the encoded version of this information in the payload. So because the algorithm is none, there's no third part of the JWT. So what we're going to do is we're just going to copy all of this, which is a JWT with no signing key, and the algorithm is none. We're just going to copy that. Then we're going to go over to the website. Under the token, the value here. We're going to highlight the value here. We're going to delete it. And then we're going to paste in the new JWT that we created. Press enter to enter it in. And then we're going to reload the page. So just click on the reload button on the web browser. And then it says, hello admin, you have logged in as admin. And then we get a flag. So PicoCTF success authentication. Yeah, okay. So we're just gonna grab the value of the flag, copy it. We're gonna go over to the PicoCTF webpage, and we're gonna submit it in the flag submission field over here. So click on submit flag, and we're done. Okay, so everybody, that was a guided walkthrough for the JAuth challenge from PicoCTF.org. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay, Cypher says, would you normally need Burp Suite for this kind of thing? It really depends on the type of manipulation you need to do for the JWT. So generally you would be using Burp Suite if you were manipulating some really in-depth information in the JWT. For these challenges, you don't need to. For these challenges, you can just get by using a web application like JWT.io. Hoondog says, don't worry, I did go to school for CS, but they only focus on blue teaming, networking, and SOC analysis for the most part. I mean, I've heard that cybersecurity programs in university, they mostly focus on defensive roles. I mean, not that there's anything wrong with that. We need a lot more people working defensive cybersecurity, but if you want to learn offensive cybersecurity, you don't necessarily need to go to school. You could teach yourself. I mean, I'm a big advocate of teaching yourself as a cybersecurity person, as a hacker, because most people, I would say that the most successful people in cybersecurity are people who are able to teach themselves and who are self-starters. People who are able to get the resources they need to learn and then go ahead and learn it. So if you're looking for information on how to learn, cybersecurity stuff, specific topics, we've got a GitHub for HackerFrogs. We've got some educational resources. I'll drop the link in the chat. So if you want to learn about specific categories inside of cybersecurity, you can use these links over here. So MC25 says, always want to know the blue team, then go to Red so that you have a lot more information. Red says you rang. Hello, Red. Nice to see you here. So for anybody who doesn't know, the roles in cybersecurity can be divided into red roles, which are offensive cybersecurity roles, and defensive cybersecurity roles, which are usually called blue roles. Funky G says, do you also cover how to protect against some of these vulnerabilities? Covering how to protect against these vulnerabilities, I mean, so if we're talking about JWTs, or like the specific vulnerabilities we're talking about, okay, we've got an ad running on Twitch right now. We'll run one on YouTube. We'll talk about this after the ad is over. Okay, so we'll be back in about 50 seconds. We just need to take a little water break. We'll talk about it after the break is over. Okay, let's put the birds away and let's get back to the hacking. And Sizer D says, hi. Hi, Sizer D. Nice to see you here. Let's give you a fun little... Whose bird is it? It's, well, they're my neighborhood birds. I don't own the birds, but they're in my neighborhood. So, okay, so what were we talking about? We're talking about, do you also cover how to protect against some of these vulnerabilities? Says Funky G on YouTube. So if you're talking about, I can explain very, very broadly how to protect against these vulnerabilities. So if we're talking about this one over here, so the alg_none vulnerability, you just need to make sure that when you implement your JWT inside of a web application, you have to make sure that the application checks for the correct algorithm. So if you misconfigure your application so that it accepts no algorithm for the JWTs, it's a really, really big problem, and people could forge their own JWTs. That would be really bad. For the previous challenge, the malicious users were able to brute force the key by using a word list. What you'd need to do in that case is to make sure that the JWT that is, well, sorry, the key that is used to sign the JWTs, it has to be something that people can't guess. So if you use like a random string, like a random password, then that would be very, very unlikely, to get cracked. M. Corbin says, Cluely running? I'm not too sure what we're talking about. Is the video gone or is it just me? The video gone? Hold on. Helpful Husky, or... I had to refresh on my size. Oh, okay. I have a recording. So M. Corbin, hello, nice to see you here. Whoops. Cluely running. I have recording. I was data scraping on YouTube. Are you talking about this stream? I'm not too sure what you're referring to, M. Corbin. Sizer says, I have a question regarding the Wi-Fi handshake capturing via a Python script. I'm not too sure if this is... I posted this on LinkedIn. I mean, I'm not a person who does Wi-Fi security, so I'm not really too sure about this. Not the best place to ask, unfortunately. Oh, the Cluely note-taking app. Cluely note-taking app. I actually don't know about this. Cluely note-taking? Is what everybody uses to game leak code. Oh, okay. So this is like this is a AI assistant, right? It's an AI assistant code writing application. All right. I mean, I've never used this before, but there are all sorts of new AI assisted applications coming out every day. Okay, so I guess we might be a little... Oh, wait, you know what? We're just in time to start our new topic. Can hide that running in calls. Hide that running in calls. When you say running in calls, you're talking about... I'm not too sure what you're talking about. Okay, so everybody, we're going to move on to the third topic for today. And the third topic's going to be... Let's see. Topic 2 is done. Topic 3 is here. Topic 4 is on deck. So we're going to be doing SQL vulnerabilities. We're going to be taking a look at PHP web applications. Oh, Zoom interviews. Are you saying that people are using the Cluely app to cheat when they're doing their testing? When they're doing code testing? Or like coding? Wow. Okay. Well, I mean, if you can... I don't advocate cheating. So if you're doing some developer interviews and stuff like that, please don't cheat. Okay, so what are we doing now? So we're going to be doing some TryHackMe. So TryHackMe, we're going to be using this room right here called the DVWA. So SizerD asks, are SQL injections still useful? I know there are some legacy PHP apps available. I mean, the thing is that SQL injections, as far as I know, they're not going away. Some people might think that using certain frameworks are going to protect you from SQL injection vulnerable code, but a lot of the time the developers will reintroduce SQL injection vulnerability. Yeah, it doesn't need to be a legacy or a PHP. I just found an SQL injection last night. Let's see, MC25 says word fence. So Pebble, can you elaborate a little bit on the SQL injection you found? Was it, oh, Pebble does pen testing, yeah. So Pebble, congratulations first of all. I think you've been working at your new pen testing job for about, has it been like 2 weeks or 3 weeks? It hasn't been very long. But SQL injections, yeah, they're still here. They're not as prevalent as they used to be, but you should still learn about SQL injections. So M. Corbin says, this is your 3rd week, says Pebble. Okay, yeah. And I'm sure Pebble's learning all sorts of great stuff by being a... would you say that you pen test both network stuff and web app stuff? You do both. You do both of those, right? So M. Corbin says secure coding principles aren't really taught all that well in a lot of software development programs. I think, yeah, okay. SizerD says, found my fiber internet portal vulnerable to SQL injection. We'll talk about SQL injection. So we're going to be covering this room right here. It's called the DVWA. It's a very old application that teaches a lot of different web app vulnerabilities. So after you've accessed the room, and you just need to have a free version of access to TryHackMe to be able to access this room. What we want to do is we want to start up the machine under task number 1, and we want to start up our attack box as well. So the attack box is a virtual machine that's web accessible that we can use while we're using the TryHackMe platform. So at the top of the page, click on Start Attack Box. Let me go ahead and stop the timer. I'll put 60 minutes on there, and we'll be talking about this for the next hour or so. Thank you very much for following SizerD on Twitch. That's much appreciated. You are now a HackerFrog. And everybody, if you want to check out the Discord server, we have a Discord server for HackerFrogs. You can go and join the server. You can introduce yourself, and maybe we can talk about how to get into cybersecurity. Okay, so after you start up the attack box, you're going to see that your web page is going to be split into 2, and we're starting up our DVWA machine. We're also starting up the attack box. It should be coming online in about 2 minutes or so. M. Corbin says you have very cozy vibes, very nice. Thank you very much, M. Corbin. But yeah, there's still SQL injection out there. You just need to be able to identify it. It's not... I wonder how common it is. So I think they publish the top 10 web application vulnerabilities. The OWASP Foundation does. So OWASP top 10 web app. Okay, so OWASP top 10. So we're on track to announce the release of the 2025 list. So we're still using the 2021 list right here. And let's take a look at the top 10 web application security risks. So let's see. We got broken access control, we've got cryptographic failures, injection, insecure design. So injection is still a really big thing. So this covers all sorts of injection. So it's mostly going to be OS command injection and SQL injection. It's number 3. It used to be number 1. But it's still something that's a very big problem. But anyways, let's go back to TryHackMe. So in TryHackMe, we see that the attack box has finished initializing. So the attack box is basically yeah, it's a web accessible attacker machine that we can use to attack web, vulnerable servers when we're doing the TryHackMe exercises. So we can click into this terminal here. We can hit enter to dismiss the terminal. And what's more important, we can actually make this attack box web terminal full screen. So the way we do that is we go to the center of the screen, then we go down to the bottom, and there's going to be, where is it? Okay, so there's this button right here. It's labeled View in Full Screen. When we click on it, then the attack box desktop over here is going to become full screen. It's going to take up its own browser tab. This is what we want because we don't want to be cramped. We want to see everything nice and big. And this is what we're going to do. We're going to start up the Firefox browser. So we can use this keyboard shortcut or this keyboard shortcut to start up the web browser. We're going to be using the web browser to interact with the web server for the DVWA machine. So as usual, if you're a little bit lost on what we're doing and you want us to repeat some of the steps, or if you don't understand, what we're doing, let us know and we'll try to help you out. Okay, so the web browser this gets a little bit confusing. So I'm already running a web browser, and there's a web browser inside the web browser, and it's just something we need to be aware of. Shadow says, can I ask you to use Kali? Can I ask you, do you use Kali in a virtual machine or a hard disk? So the Kali machine that I'm using Kali Linux right now to interact with the cybersecurity challenges here. The Kali Linux that I'm using is a virtual machine, and I'm using VirtualBox to manage the virtual machine. So Helpflasky says a VM in a web browser that's inside a VM. That's exactly what we're doing right here. It's a little bit confusing. Okay, so on the TryHackMe page, we can see that, we can see our attack box stuff here as well. We also see that the DVWA machine has finished initializing, and it's got a particular IP address. So we can copy the IP address at the top of the TryHackMe page, click on this button to copy it to the clipboard, and we need to copy it to this clipboard over here. So after that's done, so to access the clipboard, click on this button, then click on the clipboard button, and then paste whatever you want to into the clipboard here. So here it's got, this is the IP address we want. We're going to go back to the full screen attack box. We're just going to plug in the IP address here, and then we can access the DVWA application. So from here, what we can do is we can log into the DVWA app. So I think it's admin password, username admin, password, click on login. And so now we've got access to the platform over here. So this is the DVWA application. It's a place where we can learn about a lot of different web app attacks. So the different web app attacks over here, you'll see a list of them. So there's brute force, there's command injection, there's file inclusion, file upload, a bunch of different ones. So you could easily spend weeks just going through these kind of exercises right here. But for today, we're just going to talk about some SQL injection. So to do any of these exercises, the first thing we need to do is we need to adjust the security settings on the DVWA app. So we're just going to go down to the bottom of the page, and there's going to be this little button labeled DVWA Security. So go ahead and click on that. And under DVWA Security, it's going to say security level. Security level is currently impossible. So we actually can't solve any of the challenges if the difficulty level is impossible. So we're just going to go down. Over here, there's a little drop-down menu. We're going to switch this from impossible down to low. Click on low, and then we're going to click on submit. So we'll know that we've successfully done it when we see here security level is currently low. So after that, we're going to go over to the SQL injection section. That's going to be on the left-hand side of the screen in the little menu. Click on the button SQL injection. And so under the section here, Vulnerability SQL Injection, what we can do is we can go down to the bottom of the screen. And at the bottom of the screen, you can click on View Source. This will give you the relevant source code that was used to create the application. Okay, so SQL injection source. So vulnerabilities SQLI source low.php. So this is the code that is vulnerable to SQL injection. So what we're going to be doing today is we're just going to be inspecting the code to see which parts of this code make it vulnerable to SQL injection. So we can just copy the code here. And everybody, I'll provide a little paste bin so that everybody can take a look at the same stuff. Okay, so paste bin. I'll leave the paste bin in the chat. Okay, create new paste. Oh, I need to verify that I'm human. Okay. Verify I'm human. Okay, we're going to paste that in again. We're going to create new paste. Okay, so we got the paste here. So everybody, if you want to take a look at the code we're looking at, this is it. Okay, and what we can also do is we can take a look at the code inside of a PHP interpreter. So PHP online, I think it's called online PHP. Onlinephp.io, I think. Yeah, okay. So let me provide the link for the tool we're using, onlinephp.io. Whoops, that should be HTTPS. Okay, so what we can do inside of this website is we can just grab the PHP code that is here already, delete it, and then get that new code. I don't think we need any of this stuff anymore. We'll just get rid of it. Don't need this either. Here it is. Okay, let's copy that. Ads. Sliver says, so close to passing CCNA 3, but so close to failing it. Have you taken your exam yet, Slivers? And welcome to the stream. Okay, so what is going on here? So what we're essentially doing is we're using this website here not to execute PHP code, but to take a look at use the code, the syntax highlighter. Okay, so this is PHP code. If is set request submit. So if it's looking for submission, okay, get input ID equals request ID. So the query, the SQL query that is being run here is select first name, last name from users where ID equals ID. Can I make this bigger? Sliver says, I got 55 points out of 100, which in their eyes is a B. 55, wow, 55 out of 100 is a pass? Is that a pass? Okay, so result is going to be MySQL query, or MySQL error. So I think the problem with the code here is this. Let me. Okay, we actually. make this a little bigger. Ronan says the ID the user inputs is entered straight into the query. Yeah. So it's not. We have whatever is put in has direct access to the to the database, which is generally not what you want to do it. Which is generally not the way you want to do it. So if set is set request submit ID equals the request. So whatever request, this is going to be the ID, and the query that is being passed is this. So select first name, last name from users where user ID equals ID. So the problem is that user input is being supplied directly to the database. Yeah. So the result is going to be MySQLi query or die. We're going to get the values, so the first name and the last name. So if this is the type of code that we could provide to the AI. It would probably be able to identify that this is vulnerable to SQL injection pretty easily. So if you don't have any other tool, you could use something, I don't know, like Claude AI. I hear Claude AI is pretty good at coding. Okay, so analyze this code. Is it vulnerable to SQL injection? Okay, paste in the code. Server says, I can't sleep. To be honest, the deadline to reach the minimum is 70%. 70%, okay? For CCNA to pass that semester, and I need to finish some stuff in CCNA 3, and I haven't finished to reach 70%, and it's in 3 days. That sounds, I mean, do you still feel like you have a lot of work to do before you're finished? Okay, so we submitted the stuff. The code is highly vulnerable to SQL injection. Here's the analysis. Okay, the vulnerability, the critical issue is on line 6. So query equals, yeah, so it's because we pass in the user input, the ID, directly into the query that's being used by the database. So the ID variable is taken directly from user input, request ID, and it's concatenated into SQL query string without any sanitization, validation, or parameterization. So these are the 3 important things that we need to do to make sure that the code is not vulnerable to SQL injection. So sanitization is basically making sure that there are no special characters in the user input. Server says, no, I have a bit. It's the same PTSA test as a CCNA2. I don't know why they use the same ones, but it's still pretty nervous. Well, I mean, good luck. Good luck with finishing it up. And yeah, you go ahead and I hope you can break a leg, but not literally. So sanitization is basically making sure there are no special characters inside of whatever is submitted by the user. Validation is basically making sure that, let's see, actually, what is the big difference between sanitization and validation? So parameterization. Sarah, thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Here's a Nyan Cat for you. Welcome to the HackerFrogs. Alphalasky says, I would say validation is making sure the input is within the expected format and range. I mean, that's a good... Let's do a quick search. see. Input sanitization versus validation. Input validation. So Halfowski says, like, is it a number rather than a letter? Okay, so did you mean input sanitization versus input validation? So validation checks if the input meets a certain set of criteria, such as a string containing no standalone single quotation marks. I guess yeah, I mean, that makes sense. Validation is basically making sure that if what you're supposed to submit is a number or a string, or if it's, you know, fits a certain format. So that's to make sure if it's valid user input. So for example, if the user is expected to input a number, validation makes sure that the user isn't trying to input a string or a special character. So it basically, you need to make sure that whatever is coming from the user is the correct thing. Sanitization is making sure that there are no what is the word? Unacceptable. There's no unacceptable input inside of the user input itself. Like, sanitization usually is making sure that there are no special characters inside of user input that could be interpreted as code. Bad characters, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So the last thing is, when we're talking about SQL injection, is parameterized queries for SQL. Okay, so let's take a look. So parameterized queries in SQL, also known as prepared statements, are a method of executing SQL statements where placeholders are used for the variable data instead of directly embedding the data into the query string. So the actual values for these placeholders are provided separately at the time of query execution. So basically, when you use parameterized queries or prepared statements, the prepared statements can never be interpreted as code. They can only be interpreted as data, and that's going to make the code more resilient against SQL injection attacks. So they all kind of work together to make sure that anything that's provided by the user is not going to be interpreted as code. Okay, let's go back. So there's no sanitization, validation, or parameterization. Usually, if you want to include stuff like this, you need to include extra code to get this done. And the reason why SQL injections can appear, or where the vulnerabilities are going to appear, is because the developers never considered to do any of these checks. So how it could be hacked. So if an attacker could manipulate the ID parameter to inject malicious SQL, for example, you know, this right here is actually a very famous injection attack. Sorry, we've got ads running on Twitch right now, so we'll run one on YouTube, and we'll go ahead and put on some birds. How about these birds? Okay, we'll be back in about 60 seconds. Just need to take a little water break. Ronan says, I never see those ads. Okay, well, I mean, Ronan might have an... Ronan, are you subscribed to the channel, or do you have an ad blocker on? Either one of those is going to free you from seeing those ads. Okay, so this right here is a pretty infamous SQL injection attack, which lets you log into the application without a valid username. So here's how we can do this attack inside of our current application. So this one over here. So we'll just close this. And okay, so we got the SQL injection. This is the vulnerable code right here. So user ID, whatever we submit to the application here, is not going to be sanitized or validated or parameterized. So we can just supply something like this as an SQL query to inject into the application. So in this case, we get an error message, which lets us know what all of the user accounts are. So HackMe, we got Gordon Brown, we got admin, we got Pablo Picasso, great, and we got Bob Smith. So if we know that this application is vulnerable to SQL injection, we can actually run a bunch of different SQL queries as attacks. So for example, we could do a union select attack. So union select null. The use select statements have different number of columns. The other problem with this application here is that we can actually get error messages if the SQL database comes across a problem, and it is also output directly to the web application. If you've got error messages that the database software is going to throw, you definitely want to make it so that it doesn't appear in the web application itself, because this can be used as a way to attack the application. So if we go back, so that message that we saw right there, it let us know that the number of items that is returned by the SQL query there, it's not one column. So we're just going to try another column here. Okay, so union select null, which means now we can try to get some information from the application. So we're not going to talk too much about the actual SQL injection. We're going to talk more about the code and how it's vulnerable. So let's go back to Claude to talk about this. So the additional security issues, error disclosure. The or die statement reveals database errors to users. So this is what we're talking about when we're talking about the database errors being visible inside of the web application. So this statement reveals database errors to users, which can help attackers understand the database structure. No input validation, no checks on the type of on the format or type of the ID parameter. So in this case, input validation is making sure that the ID parameter is an actual number and not a string or a special character. And over here it says uses request. So this super global accepts data from the get, post, and cookie, making it less secure when using specific super globals. So how to fix it? So it says here that we should be using some prepared statements. So prepared statements, we were just talking about it. It's a way to make sure that whatever is being passed in as user input doesn't get interpreted as code. So over here in PHP, we have a statement variable. So MySQLi prepare. So this is a specific function that's being used. So I'm just going to make sure that this is what this function does. So PHP So the MySQLi prepare function in PHP is used to prepare an SQL statement for execution using the MySQLi extension. So when we're coding, I guess, you know, we're talking about PHP because people in security like they really like picking apart PHP because there are a lot of security issues that arise when you're coding in PHP. Well, or they can arise when you're coding inside of PHP. It's considered to be kind of I don't know if you want to call it an insecure language. It would be very tempting to call it that, but you can totally create completely secure applications using PHP, but it seems to be a very, very popular example for stuff that's not secure. But anyways, there are special functions inside of the PHP language that can be used to make your database calls more secure. Okay, let's go back. So this code appears to be from a deliberately vulnerable application, possibly DVWA. So I mean, this is probably part of its training data. The training data for Claude over here, because it's able to identify that this is from the DVWA app, which is the one that we're using right now. Okay, so let's go over to the next level up for this challenge here. So there is SQL injection here. We managed to get it working. Let's take a look at the next level up. So we're going to go back to DVWA security on the sidebar. And we're going to change the security level from low to medium. So we're just going to go down in the drop-down menu. We're going to switch it from low to level medium. Then click on submit. Thank you very much, Hayden Rex, for subscribing on YouTube. You are now a HackerFrog. Let's give you a fun redeem. How about ooh, we've got all sorts of fun redeems here. How about some go to hack?
Mr. Hat, may I please be excused from class?
Well, Kyle.
Yes.
You hear me? You go to
Hack.
You go to
Hack.
You
Have a great day.
Huh. Looks like my attack box has become weird. Let's reload this page. Okay, security level, we're going to switch it from medium to... Oh, no. We want it on medium, yeah. Okay, and then we're going to go up and we're going to select SQL injection again. And this time we've got a drop-down menu. So the drop-down menu means that we don't necessarily get to inject directly into the user input. So we can click on submit. It'll give us some information. It'll give us the information about these users. And the thing here is that we can still do SQL injection, but we have to do it a different way. We'll talk about that in a little bit. So just like the last level, we're just going to go down to the bottom and we're going to click on View Source. So I'm pretty sure the only difference between this level and the previous level is the fact that it's a drop-down menu that we're interacting with, and not something that we can directly type into. So let me go ahead and grab the code. So I'll create the paste bin so that everybody else can take a look at the code as well. Okay, let's make that paste. Okay, so this is the link. Let me copy that. We can also paste into the text editor here. So this code I think it's pretty much identical to the previous level. So the ID equals post ID. So this, let's see, ID equals MySQL real escape string. Real escape string. Huh. So it looks like there is some sort of security function being used here. Real escape string ID. So, I mean, it's still not a parameterized query, but something is going on. So let's go ahead and figure out what this real escape string is. So we can go over to here. Why are we being advertised to with the crypto casinos? Hold on. Okay, so let's see. This is the name of the function. PHP function. Okay, so the MySQLi real escape string function in PHP is used to escape special characters within a string for use in an SQL statement. Okay, so this is input sanitization. Neem says, I'm late. Hello, Neems. Nice to see you here. So the function is part of the MySQLi extension, which provides an improved interface for interacting with MySQL databases compared to older MySQL functions. So let's see, the purpose here is for SQL injection prevention. The primary purpose is to prevent SQL injection vulnerabilities by ensuring that user-supplied data is treated as literal string values rather than executable SQL code. So it handles special characters, it escapes characters such as single quotes, double quotes, backslashes, and new lines and such that could otherwise interfere with the SQL query's syntax and can lead to unexpected behavior. Okay, so this is going to filter certain characters so that they're not interpreted as code, and that's a way to secure the application against SQL injection. So let me point out exactly how we would take advantage of SQL injection in this case. So MC25, hi, nice to see you there. What are we doing? Okay, so inside of the attack box, so this one over here, we can go over to the applications menu, and I think we can start up Burp Suite. Oh no, actually over here on the right hand side, there's a little Burp Suite icon on the right. It's this blue icon over here. So we're just going to, look at the website inside of the Burp Suite browser. Neem says this is a THM box. Yeah, this is a TryHackMe box. So we're just taking a look at the DVWA application to take a look at the code for SQL injection. Okay, but this is really slow. That is fine. Just gonna wait. We're just going to start up Burp Suite Community Edition. And excuse me, while I'm going to have to adjust some of the settings inside of Burp Suite to make it a little easier for everybody to see. That is after this thing loads up. Okay, we're going to make this... Oh, wait, can I make this dark mode? Okay, let's go over to the settings. And we're just going to type in the word dark, because dark mode means we're hackers. Okay, now it's dark mode, and we're going to make the font size, I don't know, 24-point font? So that everything's nice and big? Yeah, okay, that's much better. Alright, cool. So after that, we're going to go over to, I think there's one more thing we need to adjust. We need to adjust the font. So display, message editor, we can change this from 11-point font to 24-point font. Okay, cool. Okay, so from here, oh, there's one more thing we need to do. We need to set the Burp Suite browser. So under browser running, we have to do allow Burp's browser to run without a sandbox. Otherwise, we're not going to be able to run it. Okay, we're going to exit from the settings. We're going to go to proxy. Proxy open web browser. After a few seconds, our Burp Suite browser should open up. So the Burp Suite browser is a web browser that's attached to the Burp Suite tool, which means that everything that, all the information that passes through the Burp Suite browser here is going to be recorded by Burp Suite. Let me get the IP address. Oh man, okay, here it is. Neems asks, what box is this? This is the DVWA box. So let me grab the. This is it over here. Okay, and then inside of Burp's browser, I'm gonna paste in. Oh, you know what? Intercept is on. I hate this. I hate this about Burp Suite. So inside of Burp Suite, you have to switch this intercept button over here to off. Otherwise, every time you make a web request inside of Burp Suite, you're gonna have to manually forward the thing or drop the thing. It's a big pain in the butt. Okay, so now that that's done, let's go back to the Burp Suite browser. We're going to need to log in to the DVWA app again. Let me do that real quick so that we don't waste too much more time. We're going to go and set up the security from impossible to medium. Then go over to SQL injection. Okay. Wait. This looks... Did I switch it? It is medium. It shouldn't be this. SQL injection. No response received from remote server. Let's reload the page. Why? Hold on. This is supposed to be a drop-down menu. This is for impossible. Wait, what is going on? Security level impossible. Okay. I need to go back into the security tool. So medium, click on medium, click on submit. No response. Why? Click on medium, click on submit. No response. Hold on, let me see what's going on inside Burp Suite. Just a second. Post to security. Security equals medium and submit. Okay, let's see what the response was. That's the request. What was the response? Let's go to repeater. Send that over. Oh, that's a redirect. Hola, nice to see you here, Brian's. Okay, so I mean it was a redirect, but why does it follow redirection? That should be an okay, yeah? Alright, well let's go back to the Burp Suite browser. I'm super confused. Looks like you can also set it in a cookie. Yeah, why does this... Brian says, just came back from university. Hey, welcome back. Just had a robot presentation. When you say robot presentation, does that mean that it was on robots or was it presented by a robot? Security level is medium. Okay, great. So let's go over to SQL injection. No response received from the remote server. Why? Why do these... errors keep on happening. Just a second, everybody. Let's go over to our burp suite. Proxy. Security impossible. I mean, this shouldn't be impossible. Let's set it to medium. Cookie security impossible. Security equals medium. So which one is actually happening here? Restart burp? I don't know. Gevorgian says, which Linux distribution do you use? This is... Could you program human feelings into it? That's a good question. So this is Kali Linux. So we're using Kali Linux as a very popular distribution for cybersecurity. And sorry, somebody said restart burp. I don't know if restarting burp is going to help us here. But you know what? Let's go down here and look at the view at the source. So this is for impossible. I mean, impossible. This is the highest level of security for the application, and this should not be vulnerable to SQL injection. So actually, you know what? I think we only have about 15 minutes left for this exercise. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at the code for the impossible version of the application, just to see what kind of secure coding has been implemented. So, well, because you know we're not having any luck with Burp Suite right now, so we might as well just take a look at this. Okay, so let's see. I'll provide the paste bin for this code so that you can take a look as well. I need to make sure I'm human. Am I human, everybody? It's a good question. Okay, so that didn't go through. Let's try it again. So this is the paste for the code we're looking at. We can also take a look at the code in our... Oh, that's not it. Just a second, everybody. Copy that. Okay, so this is the most secure version of the code. It should not be vulnerable to SQL injection. Neem says, I hate troubleshooting. I mean, the problem with doing live demonstrations like like what we're doing right now is that, you know, sometimes these technical problems happen. You just have to roll with the punches. Okay, so the input is going to be ID. So this ID variable get ID. So I mean, this is just a get request. The ID is going to become the ID variable. Was a number entered? So this is an example of validation or input validation. So they're checking if the ID is a number. So with this function right here is numeric. And then they'd use a prepared statement. So we talked about the 3 different security functions you can do to put into your SQL code in order to make it secure against SQL injection. So this one right here is an example of input validation to make sure that whatever is input by the user is a number and not, you know, code. Check the database. So the second thing right here is prepared statements. Sizer D says, isn't using PDO already secured? So PDO, I'm not a developer. Let me check what PDO is. app development PDO. PDO is product development outsourcer. Are you talking about product development outsourcers, or are you talking about something else? So these partners provide expertise across the entire app lifecycle. Oh, I mean, are you talking about, you might be talking about a specific framework, right? So there are different frameworks that are used for writing these applications. And most of the time, when you're using secure frameworks, they will result in secure code. Because the secure coding is kind of baked into the development process. The problem is that sometimes the developers can reintroduce SQL injections by mucking around the code. PDO SQL secure. Okay, so PDO, PHP data objects. Database abstraction layer in PHP that significantly enhances SQL security primarily through the use of prepared statements and parameterized queries. I mean, yeah, if you're using a framework like PDO, I'm guessing that's what we're talking about. It's going to mostly make sure that a lot of these simple SQL injection attacks aren't going to work. The problem is, like I said, developers can go into their code and start messing around with it, and through messing around, they're going to reintroduce vulnerabilities through modifying the code. But I do agree that when you use secure frameworks like this, they generally do make the code more secure against vulnerabilities. Let's take a look at the rest of the code. So this is the prepared statement right here. So if you use prepared statements, it's going to make it much more secure by making sure that whatever is plugged in by the prepared statement is not going to be interpreted as code. So we talked about input validation, which is something like this. We talked about prepared statements or parameterized queries, which is this. And let's see. Make sure only one result is returned. Feedback for the end user. Okay, so I mean, there's no input sanitization. There's no overt input sanitization, but I guess this could also be interpreted as input sanitization because this function here is going to prevent people from inputting like special characters. Okay, SizerD says basic SQL injections won't work since the SQL query isn't exposed and is secured with the PDO using parameterized queries. So I mean, we can take a look at this code. We can take a look at the application ourselves over here. So we can switch the DVWA security from medium to impossible, which is the code that we were using. Oh. Burp Suite Community Edition. Hold on. Oh, this is the Burp Suite browser. Yeah, we don't want to use this. We just want to use our regular one. Okay, so DVWA security level is going to be impossible. Submit. And then go to SQL injection. Okay, so if we just input a regular number, then it's going to give us the regular output. Let's see. We got ads running on Twitch, so we'll run one on YouTube. And let's put on some birds. Where are the birds? Here we go. Okay, we'll be back in about 20 seconds. Put the birds away, get back to the hacking. Okay, so SizerD says, like we do basic SQL injections in which we use special characters like, you know, single quote or dashes to modify the query. Yeah, I mean, that's not going to work in this application here. So user ID, if we just use a letter instead of a number, it's not going to return anything. So it's also not going to return anything if we use special characters here. So basically anything that's not a number is going to be ignored. So the only thing that the application is going to accept is numbers. So this is how we know that this application is not vulnerable to SQL injection. You know what? We'll try asking our know-it-all friend, the AI, to see if it can identify something that a potential way that this could be vulnerable to the SQL injection. Let's give it a shot. Okay, let's go back, and this is good old Cloud AI. Is this code vulnerable to SQL injection? Let's see what it says. Okay, so no, this code is not vulnerable to SQL injection. This is a well-secured implementation that uses multiple layers of protection. So security measures in place, prepared statements with parameter binding. So here we've got the prepare function, and we also got the parameter binding. I'm not too familiar with parameter binding, but I am familiar with, you know, creating the prepared statement. So it uses PDO prepared statements, so this is what SizerD was talking about. PDO prepared statements with named parameters. Bind parameter with PDO paramInt, ensures that the parameter is treated as an integer. The SQL query and data are kept completely separate. So input validation. So validates that the user input is numeric before processing. So if whatever is supplied is not a number, it's not going to return anything. So rejects any non-numeric input entirely. And CSRF protection. Well, I mean, this isn't necessarily SQL injection related, but it's a protection nonetheless. CSRF, let's see, cross-site request forgery attacks. Most of the time, let's see. SizerD says parameter binding is like this. We are using variables like keyword parameters to pass in the query instead of literal values in the query, which is vulnerable. OreoByte says, do you need a bit more time? Oh, sorry, I saw that. Yeah, okay, well, we're wrapping up pretty soon. OreoByte, if you could give me like 3 or 4 minutes, we'll have this wrapped up by then. Thank you, OreoByte. Yeah, so we're going to be collaborating with OreoByte in just a few minutes. But let's wrap this up. Yeah, in about 5 minutes or so. Thank you. So result limiting. So let's see. Prepare, select first name, limit 1. So uses limit 1 in the query, validates that exactly 1 row is returned. So this is another way we can make sure that the application is secure. We're only going to return the first thing that comes back in the query. So even if we were able to do SQL injection, we would only see the application output in the form of 1 row. There are ways around that kind of limitation, but it does make it harder for attackers to get information from the database. Thank you for subscribing, Gavorgian. Thank you. You're now HackerFrog. Specifies the HTTP method. So it specifies why the injection isn't possible. It uses a number of different security measures. So the isNumeric function, the parameter binding over here, and so this appears to be impossible or high security level from a security training application, demonstrating proper security coding practices. So yeah, I mean, when we're looking at applications and whether or not they're vulnerable to SQL injection, it's all about, there are two parts to it. It's basically, was the application coded in such a way where, you know, vulnerabilities can be introduced? And as testers, are you able to find some sort of vulnerability in the application through interaction with that? Usually through, you know, some sort of either white box or black box testing. Okay, so let's go ahead and wrap this up, and then we will start our collaboration with OreoByte. So when we're collabing with OreoByte, we're going to be using this platform over here. It's called EchoCTF.red. It is a fun CTF platform where you can hack against machines on their network after you've connected to it. So the you can make an account for free over at EchoCTF.red, and you know, if it's not a bad idea if you're interested in doing these kind of hacking challenges, because the you don't need to pay for any. Well, you can pay for an account over at EchoCTF.red, but you absolutely don't need to. Okay, let's shut down the stuff over at TryHackMe. Okay, we're gonna terminate our machines. And I'm going to start closing some of these tabs because I get a little bit OCD when I see that I've got too many tabs opened up. Thank you very much for following VinSmoke. VinSmoke on Twitch. Thank you very much. You're now HackerFrog. Let's give you some fun video redeems. What do we have? Oh, the Devil's Bedroom.
Not every geek with a Commodore 64 can hack into NASA. I mean, these servers have more firewalls than the Devil's Bedroom. Not every geek with a Commodore 64 can hack into NASA. I mean, these servers have more firewalls than the Devil's Bedroom.
Welcome in, VinSmoke. Ronan says, I have 59 tabs open. I understand. I understand. You know what? I'm actually a little bit more bothered by having a lot of tabs open when I'm doing live streams, because I need to sort through the tabs while I'm doing the stream. If I'm just chilling out at home and I'm not, you know, performing for an audience, it doesn't really bother me as much. Anyways, okay, so we're going to be joined by OreoByte in just a bit, and then we're going to start our hacking session. Let me go ahead and set that up. I need to switch out my overlays and all that other good stuff. And you know what? If you know people who also do hacking, it's really fun to do collaborative hacking, because, you know, you can both do the same challenge, you can talk to each other, you can communicate, you can get the challenges done in double the time, maybe, and it's a lot of fun. So let's see. Let me set up my overlays as well. So topic 3 is done. Topic 4 is here. Okay. Cypher says, my New Year's goal was to complete and close each tab. Now I have 3 times as many to complete. Cypher, I understand. I understand that point of view. I tried to record the information on each one of the tabs and then close the tab on my web browser, but I was never able to do it. Wooddumex. Hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. So we've been working on these challenges over here on the BR network, BR-CTF, and we've done quite a few of these. Before we start up, we need to connect to the service. So on EchoCTF, if you go to your profile, you can go over to Profile Actions, and you can download the VPN key. So after you download the VPN key, you can use it to VPN in to their private network. Ronan says, I just save it all to bookmarks to close them and never touch them again. That also seems familiar. That sounds like something I would do. All right, let's get out of here. Let me set up my tabs. I've got a bunch of tabs that are ready to do all sorts of different stuff. Platform access. Would do Mex says, sorry, created this channel just to say hello. Hello! Nice to see you here. Bad username. I mean, it's not a bad username. Just tell me how to pronounce the name, and we can communicate. This website is interesting. Are you talking about TryHackMe, or are you talking about EchoCTF? Do you have a Telegram channel? We have Discord. So Gevorgian. If you want to join the Discord channel, here's the link. Is there any SOC stuff here? Because that's what I do. Answer the call, please. Just a second. I didn't see the call. Oh, accept. Okay, I see it. Okay, so OreoByte is calling in. Okay, sorry, I didn't see the message in my OBS. Just a second. I need to connect your audio to the chat. Just a second. All right, so everybody should be able to hear OreoByte clacking away on the keyboard. If you can't, let us know.
Hello.
Okay, so we're going to be doing some tag team hacking here.
Are we still doing the BR network?
Yeah, I think we still have some. I think we still have some machines left on the network to do. Okay, so let me sudo openvpn EchoCTF. Okay. So now I'm connected to the EchoCTF network. And sorry, somebody asked, are there any security operations center activities on EchoCTF? I mean, I think there are challenges. There's some challenges here. There are some. Not too much.
Do you know anything about SSL pinning?
No. No, I haven't. I don't think I've dealt with that stuff before.
Or SNI pinning?
S what?
Rackady is asking. They've just been reading. I have
server name indication. Server name indication. I'm afraid I don't know anything about that. We could look it up. Is a combination of two distinct concepts: server name indication, which is a standard TLS extension that reveals the intended server name during connection.
Add. Oh no, add. Also, thank you to Frackery. Frackery?
Okay, let me start up some new music.
Fracco. Hello.
HD Gamer GTS, hello, nice to see you here. Okay, so let's see.
Okay, so if my responses to follows is off by like an hour, it's because I was trying to redo my cloud command notes, and for some apparent reason, the time kind of like Active Directory, you have to set your time correctly or it doesn't work. And for some apparent reason, it's an hour off from the time of the day. I don't know why that is.
Okay, so we're OreoByte. Are you okay? Are you okay doing the flash challenge on the CTF network?
Flash?
Yeah. Apparently it's Huh? Did we finish? Oh, we're doing difficult challenges now. What are these called?
I've not done
Expert.
Flash.
They're called expert challenges. I think we've already done one. We did one called Flawed earlier, and let's do this one called Flash. Are you okay with that?
I've not done Flash. No.
Okay, let's let me access the challenge.
We did Flawed.
Yeah, we did Flawed. So I got Flash over here. Let me start up the machine. So we're basically accessing a machine on the EchoCTF network, and we're going to be working through it. Okay. So before we start, we should probably read the description for the challenge. It says, go or maybe walk quickly, you will reach your path. When you go, you'll be quick to reach your destination. So this is probably the name of a technology that we need to interact with. Quick. K-W-I-K. K-W-I-K. It looks like not very many people have finished this challenge before, so it'd be interesting to see how we do here. Okay, you ready to do our initial scans?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're just going to run in a simple nmap scan to see what open ports are available on the target. Theo is here. Theo says 2 badass hackers in one room. Theo, do you wanna join us? do you wanna join us? You can be the third person in the call. Oh, and let's give Theo a shout out.
I can't.
Okay, can't tonight, but thank you. No worries, no worries. We should really do like a collaborative hacker thing. We can get all the hackers we can. Second to mind. Hello, nice to see you here, and welcome to the stream. We're just doing some what is it called? EchoCTF stuff. Yeah, you feel like what?
I feel like that'd be fun if we had like 5 different teams. Like who could
Teams?
solve the box first,
Oh, okay.
all on the same call. Or like have separate calls of teams.
Oh, well, I mean, that's we need more people to stream. Everybody, if you stream and you do infosec stuff, like cybersecurity stuff, let us know in the chat, and maybe we can coordinate, because we need more people to stream cybersecurity on Twitch and on YouTube. MC25 just need a King of the Hill that nobody does yet. There's King of the Hill. There's a King of the Hill module on TryHackMe. I don't know if it's still there or not. Have you ever tried that, OreoByte?
It's still there, but the problem is how Hack the Box does it is they're like semi-randomly generated, where it might be the same attack, but it might be in a different place, or it might be a different attack.
Mm-hmm.
And the problem TryHackMe is that the box doesn't change. If you know the attack path, you just component in 5 seconds.
Okay.
Done.
So it's not something you can do twice.
So usually when I join a King of the Hill, I basically I don't try to complete the challenge. I don't try to win. I just do digital forensics and see what other people do.
Yeah, right. The other problem is that if your stuff is public, then other people can start messing around with your connection and your box.
Well, King of the Hill is basically. I mean, you're not supposed to do that. That's against the rules. Have you found the service yet?
I have not found the service. Have you?
No. I really hope to hear from Husky Hacks again.
Husky Hacks?
Yeah, Husky Hacks.
Actually, I don't. I've heard the name Husky Hacks, but I'm not familiar with their stuff.
Years ago,
Yeah.
we were messing around on. He got lost on his hike, perhaps. Raccoons got into his stuff. That's all I know. But basically, Husky Hacks was using, I think, Merlin
Mm-hmm.
with some type of like cool technique or something, which was basically a persistence where if you tried to look for the thing manually, it wouldn't show up. If you did like ls in the directory, it wouldn't show up. What you had to do is you had to use ls of to actually find the backdoor. I thought that was kind of fun. But yeah, that's the kind of things I would do. I would just see what other people would make. Like, oh, that's cool. You have a password protected web shell. Yoink.
Okay. I still haven't picked up any open ports on the box. So it's either a really obscure port number or it's UDP service.
Well, it's not the top 100 UDP services.
Did you already run that scan?
Usually when I do UDP scans, usually the most common UDP services are the top 100.
Mm-hmm.
So instead of waiting for forever, you could just do the top 100 and be done. But in this case, didn't do that. They're all filtered.
They're all filtered. Well,
the top 100 points are filtered. So I'm now doing the top
I looked up.
1,000.
I looked up the that thing that's being referenced by the challenge here, the quick.
Mm-hmm.
Is it quick or is it KWI? Maybe it's just KWI. I don't know. Let's see. What does KWI stand for? Nope.
It looks like quickly is an actual
Quickly?
Yeah.
Quickly.
quick as far as I've seen. Google. That's not how you spell Google. But anyways, yeah, that's what I would do. I don't know if you'd be interested in doing digital forensics while other people try to get the king flag. Or, well, I guess put themselves in the king flag.
UDP scan, we have to run that as sudo, right?
Indeed.
Siva Aditya asks, how do you learn web hacking? How do you learn web hacking? Well, you can start over. You can start over here. We've got our HackerFrogs educational resources for web app hacking. Where is it? Over here. Try looking at the stuff over. Start with understanding how web applications work. That's probably a good call. So over here, we've got a section on web app education, basically how web applications work. We've got a few different modules from Hack the Box and TryHackMe, including this one for this 4-hour module and another 2-hour module over here, talking about web application basics. PHP, Apache, MySQL is a common starter stack to play with. Yep. Web app hacking, Sizer D. Yep. No, that's definitely what we're talking about. And then after that, move on to the web app hacking education. So stuff like PortSwigger, over-the-wire Natus, and PicoCTF web app challenges. So still haven't found anything. How about you?
That's 4,000.
What is that number?
3,000.
Did you say 3,000 or 30,000?
3,000.
3,000. Okay. Let me check that out. Okay, so quick. This is the name of...
CMS, quick,
Oh, it's a CMS. Okay.
supposedly.
All right, well, we can do all of our usual web app enumeration stuff on it. Ping. I mean, we don't need to. We don't need to ping it necessarily, because
I just did that. I can ping the box.
But we are going to do some quick enumeration to make sure that
Quick.
IPSec is also a great resource.
Quick.
True. Let's see. Sizer D says, "What do you think about a book called Hacking the Art of the Art of E by John Erickson?" I've heard of that book before. I haven't read it, but maybe OreoByte has. OreoByte, have you read the Hacking in the Art of E? the Art of E word, the Art of EX.
Isn't it like an old book?
Yeah, I mean,
Art of Exploitation.
Frackery says it's old school. I mean, there's still a lot of stuff to be learned from old resources like that.
Here's my problem with books is they'll have good knowledge, but what happens with the command changes, and now the command doesn't work because the command changes. I was trying to get better at OSINT for OSINT challenges, and I bought an OSINT book, and some of the websites that it recommends using don't exist anymore because they're just not up anymore. Like the domains, maybe the domains may be claimed, but the website for that resource is just gone.
Yeah, I mean tools. I mean, I hear that OSINT tools in particular, like they come and go. That's what I've heard. There's an uncommon header X not found. X not found with the associated with the website. That's a weird header to be sure. X not found. I've never heard of that one.
It says it's powered by Express. Supposedly.
Express.
Do you do anything about it?
Express is isn't that Node.js?
Basically, if you do a head request with curl, it says X powered by Express.
Oh, port 3000 kind of tracks. I think Node applications like to use the port 3000. Let's see. WDMX says, what does Nicto do? So Nicto can be useful for identifying like old application vulnerabilities. It's not very good for modern applications, but for some older applications, it can be very good at identifying obscure vulnerabilities.
Nicto's only helped create one box.
Well, I mean, if you keep on using it, maybe you can increase that number to 2.
It was one TryHackMe box that said there's cross-site scripting in the error page, and it's like, that's how I found the SSTI. But
okay,
that was about it. Discovery. That's 5. Yeah, it's fine. 2.
Okay, so X powered by. Yeah. Unfortunately, what are all these? It's a lot of stuff. Okay. So let's go directly to this thing. So welcome to Quick. I mean, the first thing about Quick, I see an unusual, framework or something, and I automatically want to run the search X tool.
The database tool?
Yeah, right. The one that is used to find known hacks. I just need to take a little water break. I'll be back in about 10 seconds.
I mean, it comes with documentation. Do we have to leverage the documentation?
Okay, so Vin Smoke says Express is a backend framework to write backend, and Node.js is just a runtime that Express runs on top. Yeah. So Node.js is for backend JavaScript, right? Okay, check out source roots directory to get started.
Okay, seems like the sub functionality to the page.
So I see a couple of endpoints down at the bottom associated with two buttons. So flower, and
is just some type of.
Oh, okay. That's a flower.
Yeah, scripts alert.
Let's see. Bastory says Node.js can be front end as well, like React.js and Next.js. Honestly, I don't know very much about JavaScript frameworks, but I should be learning more if I want to get deeper into web app hacking. Is this a speed? Oh, okay. You can make this bigger. That's great. Okay, made with love builder.io.
This thing works even if JavaScript is disabled.
So we got docs. We got examples. You got tutorials.
Yeah, the to-do list is all sanitized unless
To-do list, okay. I see you've been testing it out. This little app works even when JavaScript is disabled. Ew, JavaScript. I mean, it's one of the fundamental languages of the web. So you have to learn a little bit about JavaScript.
Is it polyglot time?
Which one? Polyglot time? Do you have some polyglot payloads to plug in? So your XSS didn't work there, huh?
Well, I think it's just sanitized.
Possible. Yeah. Let's see if we can. So there's a build endpoint. Resource not found. What? Hold on.
It didn't work because it's.
Resource not found.
This is not correct.
Okay, I guess the other thing we could do is we could hit this thing with GoBuster. Oh, there's a robots.txt. There is a robots.txt. Let's check it out.
There is.
Well, according to Derb, there is.
But it's empty.
Robots.txt. It exists, but there's nothing in it. That's very helpful. Very helpful. Okay.
That didn't work.
Let's see. Bastory says I'm developing Next.js, which is front-end framework for a company. We also have Nest.js, which is a backend which runs on top of Node.js. Frackery says I'd rather build a site in plain HTML or in Elixir/Phoenix. I mean, I've never heard of Elixir/Phoenix. Fracker, if you could let us know what that is, I would appreciate it. Did I? Yeah, I think I. So robots.txt does not exist. Vinsmoke says JavaScript had so many issues that they had to create another language called TypeScript. Like, I mean, I guess the issue with JavaScript is that it's not what is the word? It's not an explicitly typed language. It's an implicitly typed language like Python. Actually, isn't there a typed version of Python as well? Frackery says Elixir on Phoenix equals Ruby on Rails. Elixir compiles to Erlang. Phoenix is a framework like Rails built on Elixir. To do demo. I suppose you've been... Alright.
Oh. Well,
let me get my...
Okay.
Let's go some GoBuster.
Oh, come on.
So what's the IP address again? Here it is. Frackery says, oh no, Bastery says JavaScript is a dynamic programming language. So dynamically, is it called dynamically typed, or is it called, what is it called when that's like implicitly typed versus explicitly typed? I can't remember. Statically typed versus dynamically typed. Right. Dynamic typing. What languages are you most comfortable with, OreoByte?
Probably Python.
Python?
It's
Okay.
Languages.
Strict typing versus loose typing, right.
Technically, you can compile, well, supposed to pack into a standalone executable, but you upload it to the box and it says Gila missing error, and thanks Python. Or whatever. I've only used Haskell for one challenge, and it's also another language that is white space sensitive because it delineates by spaces.
So what else could we do with this to-do list thing? Okay. We should probably take a look at the hints in the challenge. So it says when you go, you'll be quick to reach your destination, and go or maybe walk quickly to reach your path. So are we talking about the Go language?
It looks like the project is a Rust project, though.
I mean, why does it say Go then? DJ Chateau. Hey, DJ Chateau is also a Twitch streamer. Let's shout out DJ Chateau. I haven't seen you online in a while, DJ Chateau. I guess work is getting pretty busy. But it would be fun to see you back online hacking some stuff.
There's a build directory, but we got a 301 redirect.
And it redirects to nothing, right?
It just says it doesn't exist.
Mm-hmm. DJ Chacho says, I can barely hear Shy Hat. I guess my volume on your stream is kind of low.
How about that? Say something, please.
Yeah, I'm saying stuff. I'm here. I'm talking.
Okay.
See, quick.
Cool.
Is it a CMS? There was a direct link to. Let's see.
I guess I just enjoy hearing Oreo. Oh god.
Oh, okay. Documents, example, quick builder.
Rust is SRS.
What is this thing called?
Maybe not. RS.
So quick.dev.
back. Zip tar bzip2 tar.bzip.
Okay, so I have a potential CVE here. I'll drop it in the chat.
Sure, let's go with that.
DJ Shadow says, getting married keeps you busy. I can believe that. That's okay. Yeah, you don't have to stream if you don't want to. Quick is a performance-based JavaScript framework. A potential mutation XSS vulnerability exists for Quick. XSS vulnerability. I don't know how that gets us a shell, unless there's something. Frackery says, "Oh, you're streaming with Shy Hat. I've seen this guy. Thank you, Frackery, for identifying me. Thank you." So this is a medium level Quick. Quick is a performance-based JavaScript framework. Robots.txt, that is not very exciting.
That's fine. Okay, I'm just beautify.
Nothing in here. Shiloh says, "How did you make the video/stream template? Looks great." Thank you, Shiloh. Yeah, I mean, I just took. These are just basic overlays from. It's just a little bit of dragging around, windows and stuff inside of Streamlabs OBS. It's not super complicated. It's you could probably copy it, by without too much problem. Neems asks, "How do you hack collaboratively?" Well, I mean, we tell each other what we find, and that makes it faster. Maybe we're looking in different places.
Do we have to do something with the service worker file? Okay, this is nothing. There's a /service worker JavaScript file.
What was it called again?
Thing to look at.
It's called what? Builder something?
Service worker. Service. I put in the chat.
Huh. How did you identify that?
I found it with Feroxbuster.
Oh, Feroxbuster. Okay. Service worker. I mean, we don't see like a login page. I wonder if we could look up where the login page would be for this application. DJ Shosho says, "Doing a talk is so different from streaming, and I am beat. Which Quick version is this?" That's a good question. I don't know if we can identify the version of Quick. Actually, does it say the version of the... Does it tell you the version of the thing on the landing page?
I don't think so.
No, it doesn't look like it. Podcast presentations. Hold on, is there something? Oh no, this is hard to look at. So the source is kind of hard to look at.
Thanks, Starcreator, for Oh, are you all fine? This page?
Wait, is this? Did you? Is this Is this PHP?
Is this Skipfish? Does Skipfish do this? Oh no. Yeah, Skipfish did that. Thanks, Skipfish, for collaborating this endpoint. That's cool. Supposedly it's missing SFR production. Supposedly.
Okay, there's the build. There's a build directory. Let me check one more time to see how many people have solved this box.
Quick issues.
Flash. 8 people have finished this box. Okay, well, I mean, these numbers they skew pretty low in the first place. Shooter McGav asks, how is EchoCTF compared to Hack the Box or THM? I mean, I have a lot less experience with Hack the Box, but OreoByte, how would you compare EchoCTF to stuff like Hack the Box and TryHackMe? Oh, Ronan is here. Ronan is joining in with us.
I think it's a good platform to I think it's a good platform. I'd like to give a better answer if I 100%ed EchoCTF. At the moment, I enjoy it. I kind of wish there was maybe like Windows or some other operating system. Okay, skip efficient. Well, Nikolai's out of date.
Okay, and DJ Chateau says, I would say EchoCTF is very narrowly focused. It's good compared to others. Okay.
EchoCTF is a mix between, I guess, feels like a very entry-level version of Hack the Box, where they have challenges, but they have a lot of single standalone machines. Well, they're basically mostly Linux, or they're all Linux. And there's some challenges that you might struggle on if you haven't seen it before on some of the networks. But when you go to a network, you assume that it's going to be multi-box, and it's only one machine. I don't think there's a lot of platforms that have free multi-box networks where you're not standing up your own lab, basically.
Wait, which is the multi-box network platform you're talking about right now? Are you referring to EchoCTF or something else?
Just any platform that has a multi-box network. A lot
Oh,
of the
okay.
platforms you either have to pay for it or something.
Okay, so DJ Shoto says, mainly it's too cost prohibitive. Yeah, I mean, these platforms have to... Let's see. Common paths are handled through quick CD's directory-based routing, source routes. I don't know what kind of music you've got going on your stream, OreoByte.
Supposedly the song that's being played, it's basically from Spinning Records. Spinning Records just has a live stream. I don't like all their music, but a majority of it I appreciate and enjoy. Just like anything else. And that's supposedly the song that's being played. Because it's just in a markdown file. Sure.
I guess another thing we could figure out while we're doing this challenge is what is the file structure of a typical quick application. Worm Buffett says, I know everybody hates degrees nowadays, but what are your thoughts on cybersecurity and computer science degrees? OreoByte, do you have an opinion on cybersecurity versus computer science degrees?
Computer science usually requires you to take a higher level of math, which usually comes down to, can you pass calculus 3 or whatever version of calculus your school requires.
So I guess if you're bad at math, you go to you go to a cybersecurity degree and not a computer science one.
Well, computer science is based off of how computer works and programming. And those fundamentals can, in a way, I guess, translate into cybersecurity, but not what you might think, I guess. Because it's an angle of, are you developing or are you breaking? Can you be a developer that knows how to break things? Sure. Bad at math going to the industry. The problem was when I was trying to do it, I was doing an associate's degree after not really sure what to do. And they were like, oh yeah, by the way, this doesn't transfer anywhere. So I basically was about to finish something that doesn't go anywhere. That was fun. Keep your day job on cyber in your free time. So,
Okay, let's go keep the music going.
hi.
Bastry says, I was a math nerd back in high school and got Masters of Science in computer science. Was a fun experience for me. We mostly focused on algorithms and different methods for solving problems. How are you at math, OreoByte?
I understood it until calculus, and then I got lost.
Calculus, you say?
Yeah, calculus is what got me. Supposedly, this long JavaScript thing gives you a... That didn't do what I thought it was gonna do.
Man, you sure are hammering this this to-do list 10-point.
Oh, that was me running Skipfish.
Oh, okay.
Oopsie doodles.
I'm gonna start up Burp Suite to see what kind of stuff. Neems asks, what SQLi resource was that? I mean, is this SQLi that we're necessarily trying here?
No, I was trying to fuzz the error page to see if anything would respond for an XSS something.
Mm-hmm.
And all I've gotten is this one thing, and I try to run it, and it says, sorry, page doesn't exist.
Okay, Warren Buffet says, thanks for the comments. I'm going back to school as a 30-year-old and majoring in cyber security, but I'm interested in both fields. That's why I'm asking. Oh, yeah. I mean, don't feel bad about going back to school at 30. I started cybersecurity after I turned 40.
How do I crack a password with the salt if I have a separate hash for the password? Salt on the password?
I mean, usually you would include the salt when you're creating the hash file to use with, with your hashcat or your John the Ripper.
Usually, the salt is with the hash. So if the hash and the salt are separate and are incomplete, then your hash is broken. Now, if it's complete, the order of the hash and the salt on the option you select is important. At least if you're using hashcat. Like, the number you select will matter. Because some are like hash first, then salt. Others are like salt first, then hash. Depends on the type. And this is not giving me anything. Sweet. Okay.
Have you taken a look at...
Have I taken... Okay.
Have you taken a look at what happens when you send these requests to the to-do list endpoint?
No, I need to open burp.
Yeah, it's actually pretty interesting.
Okay. Technically, when you're doing web applications and you have a little bit of low on time, you should open up the best tool you have and start there. But I like to start off very manually and then go from there.
I mean, I'm not trying to, I'm not trying to pass any judgment on the order in which you do stuff. I'm just saying that if you're doing an assessment, you'd probably want to start with the best thing because you don't have a lot of time. I mean, we got a couple hours. We never need to feel super rushed about doing this stuff. Cypher says, 41, just completed my bachelor's degree in IT before the bad virus, but with lockdowns, missed graduate jobs, now slowly gaining experience through volunteer and part-time work and projects. Got into security through CTFs and now pro hacker and hack the box. Is there hope to get in? I mean, Cypher, do you live in a big city? Because I would recommend going to local cybersecurity meetups. If you're in a big city, say, if you lived in Vancouver, if you live in Chicago, if you live in New York, there's always some really big cybersecurity in-person meetups. What you'd want to do is you want to go to those meetups and you want to start talking to the people who go to those in-person meetups to start getting to know people who are actually in the industry. It's usually through those kind of contacts that you can get your first jobs in cybersecurity. I don't know. What's your opinion on that, OreoByte?
My thoughts on that.
Are you an active member in your local cybersecurity community, OreoByte?
No.
Oh no?
All my friends usually live elsewhere. And how often have you said, okay, here's the plan, I'm gonna do this, and then doing something on top of that doesn't work because you don't have time for that, or basically I'm very split between, like, on one hand you need connections to learn from other people's perspective, but you need to also build your own thing at the same time. Kind of like how Pebble has his own cheat sheet. Like, I have my own cheat sheet. Like, he made that himself. He got the knowledge from other people on top of his own research. but it's about doing multiple different things. You can't just say, "Oh, I joined a group, I'm done."
I mean,
Or I joined my cybersecurity club at my college or school, I'm done.
I mean that's it's not a one and I wouldn't say it's a one and done by any means, but I do think that making connections through your local cybersecurity community is very helpful for looking for prospective jobs, because it's the best way to get a job is to go in through the back door or the side door, and not by throwing in your application with the thousands of other people who are going to do it that way.
You can, if you have connections, it helps get you the interview, but you still have to pass the interview.
Yeah, you still need to know your stuff.
You still need to.
Neem says back door or side door. I mean, knowing the right people who work at a company to get a job there, that's hacking. That's hacking the system.
I have too many tabs open.
Okay, so let's see. So
Also, I open Burp Suite, and then did I open Burp Suite? Okay, I didn't finish clicking buttons.
well, you've hit the to-do list payload with basically everything so far, right? Or you
I have no idea. Whatever Skipfish sends.
Skipfish?
Skipfish.
Oh wait, is Skipfish your tool?
No, Skipfish is a tool you can install.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
It's a tool that you can install from the app repository.
Oh, okay. Cyber Cataclysm asks, how is the job market for developers? But they're asking Vinsmoke. How's the job market for developers? I imagine that the developer market and the cybersecurity market are kind of closely related because they're both like, in the tech field. But I could be wrong.
So, what's up with this, build?
Grobdor says it's terrible. Cyber says the job market is they want people leaving NASA to work as a junior developer at their new company. That makes a lot of sense. Let's see. DJ Chateau says it's not great unless you're a senior developer, and even then.
So the only two interesting things are build JavaScript with whatever this is, and what to do is short to do. Unless this is just the page it's loading, and then this post request, and that's it. So we have to-do list queue action, but this other page. Where is it? This other page Doesn't have queue action. It just has install, activate, and quick build. That's it. So those burp.
You get the feeling that everything's being sanitized by the application.
Yeah, if you do view source, I mean inspect, they're just stuck between like web tags, I believe.
Mm-hmm. Ronan says, why does the site say discovered services TCP port 80? Yeah, I mean that's not the service, right? That doesn't make any sense.
It says only one service is active.
Hold on. Yeah, discovered services, it says 80 for some reason, but we're not accessing 80, we're accessing port 3000.
Wait, what?
No, if you take a look at the description page for the challenge, it says discovered services under progress. Down, if you scroll down a bit, it says discovered services TCP port 80 at the end there.
Yeah.
So
Is this...
So I mean, I don't know if we should keep. I don't know if we need to keep on hammering this this one endpoint, or if we need to go look for other endpoints.
The service isn't even up.
Which service? Oh, port 80?
80 isn't even on.
No. Okay. I mean, this is an expert level machine, so we shouldn't expect to find anything so easily.
I don't know, it's like deserialization, blah.
Yeah, I mean,
so if we haven't really found where the endpoint is.
MC says, did EchoCTF need to verify email? I mean, that's pretty standard. DJ Chateau says, aren't y'all experts? Yeah, that's a... DJ Chateau, next time I see you online and you get stuck on something, I'll just ask if you all are experts or not. Darius Harvey says, what's up everybody? I'll follow you on Twitch since chat is flowing more there. Darius Harvey, hey, thank you. No worries. Let's give you a fun redeem. How about a Nyan Cat for you?
I do like source page local service my machine.
Okay, so
like frame source, yeah, like something like this. But without ngrok, we're not using ngrok. So I'm trying to think of things to try without like running around in a circle.
Well, I mean, we've been at this thing for an hour, and the machine, the box is gonna shut down in about 6 minutes or so. Do you want to keep on keeping on with this one, or do you want to switch to another challenge? What do you think?
How much more time again?
6 minutes.
What boxes are left?
What boxes are left? Let me take a look. So everything we've solved. Well, I mean, collaboratively. Wait, did you do Codehaven? No, wait, I've done Codehaven. Yeah, we've both. Okay, we've all done Codehaven.
We both done Codehaven.
Codehaven. Okay, that's done.
We have all the hard challenges left.
Do you want to switch to another network where there are easier challenges?
I mean, I could switch. I want to try all the hard machines to see, like...
To see how hard is hard?
Yeah. Why not?
Well, I mean, we could
Oh, that-
switch. We could switch over to another hard machine.
So...
Thank you very much for following Latez Live. Thank you. So we could switch. We could switch from Flash, and then move over to the Grav machine, which is another expert level box.
So... Those... Can we do like that? No.
Because we've been, yeah, like I said, this the box is going to reset in it's probably like 5 minutes now.
It's just a little bit JSON. It's like
Pardon me?
the to-do list queue data JSON queue action.
Yeah.
Are we supposed to fuzz this parameter?
I mean,
So that's probably one of your own code. Oh,
what kind of word list would you use? If you were to fuzz the queue action parameter,
like
what kind of word list would you use with that?
probably the pursuit list plus the other things in the where is it in here? So copy. Flash C flash copy discovery of content burp and then nano burp to include and install and activate from the JavaScript, and then actually can we find the string in the project? So
Latez Live says hello, Latez Live. Nice to see you here. How are you? Didn't we give you a redeem already? I don't remember. But Pakistan Gamers, sorry. Let me address your comment on YouTube. Pakistan Gamer says, I need help. I want to search Kali Linux for hacking. What do you mean by search Kali Linux for hacking? Where should I search and how much do I have to search? Search the whole Linux till current. I'm not... Pakistan Gamers, I'm not too sure what you mean by search the Linux for hacking. Could you rephrase your question? Because I'm not sure what the question is.
bugs inside the rotate action or it's not working. That was from 2023.
Are you taking a look at the GitHub project or something else?
I'm trying to look at filter for the repo for qdata.json to see if there's anything special as like a bug. Scroll web page, try to make a login form.
Cypher says set up Linux VMs and break them. Let's see. Pakistan Gamers also says, how do you learn Linux? I know a little, but I need to learn Linux for hacking. How do I learn Linux kernel? Okay, I mean, I can give you education resources if you want to learn Linux. Let's see, Linux here. This is some good stuff.
Is there any way we could dump all the Q actions?
Like, which ones are valid? I mean, what is it? Let me take a look at this thing.
Static pages JSON here.
So it looks like the Q action looks like it follows some sort of pattern, right?
This is our redirection query parameter doesn't work properly. This is old. Is that the only bugs?
Okay, Lattes Live says, I'm currently working as a Microsoft 365 admin with 2 years of IT experience. I hold a Cisco certification in basic cybersecurity. I'm studying for the CompTIA Security Plus. I often hear people recommend platforms like TryHackMe and Hack the Box for hand-on practice. For someone at a beginner to intermediate level, what platform would you recommend starting with? I mean, usually the progression is start with TryHackMe, and then after you get used to using TryHackMe, then you would move on to Hack the Box. Of course, there are other people. Have differing opinions. I didn't see the message from Chalio. Chalio, hello, nice to see you here. And you asked, what box are we doing right now? So we're doing an expert level box, and we're having a hard time of it. So we're currently doing this one right here. Frackery says, find an old CD with Linux on it and figure out how to install it. I don't know if that's the best way to learn Linux these days, but it's certainly one way.
If you want to learn Linux, I would recommend doing Linux from scratch. That project.
You mean building your own kernel?
If you want to really learn Linux. Linux from scratch. It's all from Gen 2. There's a distro called Pen2.
Pen2?
Yeah, Pen2. It's the penetration testing version of.
Yeah, the box probably turned off. I mean, I'm all for switching boxes.
Yeah, the box turned off.
Do you wanna keep with Flash, or do you wanna switch to a new challenge?
I think we should switch to a new challenge, or if we can have them both running, because I want to run like one.
Okay, I mean, I'm pretty sure we can have both of them running. You can start up Flash, and I can start up the next box.
Okay.
So the next box is Grav. Let's try this one, because I mean, it feels really bad to be banging your head against the wall for an hour.
That's okay. Thanks. Thank you. FF.
Okay, Charlie O says, never tried EchoCTF. I'll follow along with y'all. Thank you. Latas Live says, thank you. This is makes the path straightforward. I'll start with TryHackMe and build up the skills, and then I'll update you on how it goes. So everybody, if you are... Pakistan Gamer says, will this make me a professional on Linux? I mean, even if it doesn't make you a professional at Linux, you'll know more than you knew before. And that's, I mean, it's all about gradual learning. So if you are not part of the Discord, this is the link to join the Discord. And if you want to learn more about cybersecurity, if you want to ask questions about where you should go, or different questions about how to progress in cybersecurity, how to, quote unquote, break in, you can ask those questions over at the Discord. Okay, so did we start up the box? I could have sworn we started up the box. Okay, it's here. So OreoByte, here's the Here's the IP address of the grav box if you want to give that a scan as well. Okay, so I think there's only one. Oh, there's a web service. Well, I mean, it makes sense. These are all web. These are all web technologies on these boxes. Okay, so there's port 80. Sure. Let's run some derb for fun. And let's check out the page manually. DJ Chateau says, if you get paid to do stuff on Linux, you're a Linux professional. I mean, that's kind of the definition of professional, yeah. Cypher asks, how would you describe a Linux professional or fluent in Linux, and when do you decide that? I mean, Linux professional? Yeah, I guess DJ Chateau has... Fluency is relative. I mean, even Linux administrators, there are different levels of Linux administrator. Because if your definition of Linux administrator is a person who's able to start and stop services and manage users, there are many more advanced administrator functions aside from stuff like that. Okay, so Grav, the name of the web application is called Grav. I mean, first of all, do the low-hanging fruit and see if there's anything known. Nope, nothing known.
Out of like the longer list.
Okay, I guess this is Grav CMS. If this is Grav CMS, there are some potential known hacks. But these are cross-site scripting. Most of the time, cross-site scripting doesn't lead to remote code execution. But how many times has cross-site scripting led to RCE in your experience?
Usually you use it to read a file or to get somebody's session cookie.
Yeah? Okay.
And or do something like log4shell.
Oh, right.
SQL.
Right, you can combine it with some other vulnerability, yeah. So it says the admin plugin has been installed, but no admin accounts could be found. Please create an admin account to ensure that your install is secure. Can we create an admin account?
Is it just an example of the
example of the what?
Of a CMS that has an incomplete install, and you finish the install, and then you put in the box.
I mean... we could try creating an admin user. Admin...
I created an admin as just admin password.
Admin password?
Yeah. Well, special character password, because it had to meet the requirement.
Oh, does it? Okay, so what did you set the password to? Okay, that's it. Alright, so how do we... Where's the login page then?
7. The login page is...
It's /admin.
Yeah, just /admin. So... Alright, I guess we'll...
I mean, we're logged in now. That is much further than we got on the other box. Life is just a montage of memory. Just subscribed on YouTube. Thank you very much. And welcome to the HackerFrogs.
How just scans log.
Hack the planet, my friend.
Hack the planet! Hack the
Filter word.
Well, I mean, we're in now. Does that mean we can start uploading files?
Well, it's running version 1.7.41.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, well.
Let's check this out.
Filter.
11412. I don't see. Well, we can Google for this.
Only one.
Okay, I don't. I don't see anything here with that exact.
So the version's at the bottom.
No, I mean, Oh, DJ Chateau's got to go. All right. Yeah, nice having you here, man. Let's give you a keyboard cat to see you off. Play him off, keyboard cat.
It looks like we can upload a malicious plugin. Right.
Malicious plugin, you say?
Yeah. Oh, look at the same one. Upload a zip archive containing the following structure: boofer.yaml.
What article are you looking at? Oh,
The YAML
okay.
file needs to contain any information.
Sorry, let me take a look at this, at the article.
Here.
Okay, so RCE. Wait, is this?
PMP.
Wait, is this a matching? Oh, okay.
It's the
I was looking at the wrong thing for the version information for Grav. RCE, okay.
Grav. And then
But
let's see if this can be done with an empty file, and then we'll just do let's do.
I have no idea. Hello, nice to see you here. Did you miss me? Yes, of course. Of course I missed you. Of
Thanks
course.
For the follow. Wait's live.
Okay, so what are we looking at? So 17411. 17411.
And then, all right, so put this here, that here. Go to.
Okay, so what does this thing do? Start a listener on your attacker machine. Okay.
Tools. Yeah. Why can't I reach this?
Next, log into the Grav admin panel as an administrator. Done.
Oh.
Tools, direct install.
What happened?
Okay,
The bot exploded and then came back.
Sorry, we got an ad running on YouTube, so I'll run one on Twitch. All that good stuff. Let's put on some birds. Here's my favorite video with some baby birds. We'll be back in about 45 seconds. Just need a little water break.
Echo. Oreo.zip. Install. Target. What is it wanted as a URL coded data request?
Hunkson says hello on YouTube. Hello, Hunkson. Nice to see you here. We're just doing some hacking on this little platform here called EchoCTF. Just in case you wanted to take a look. Oh, Okay, so you need to go to
Oops.
Tools, Direct Install.
Found it.
Tools.
What if I do like curl?
Direct Install. And now what are we supposed to do? Upload a zip archive containing the following structure. So evil plugin.php, blueprints.yaml. I mean, what does the YAML file have to include?
I'm trying to see if you can get away with.
Get away with what?
Not having anything in the YAML file.
Oh, I
Usually
mean,
with something like WordPress, you need to add like something into it to make a valid plugin. Oh.
yeah, and we can also include some access the uploaded plugin's endpoint and trigger the payload.
What plugin?
What is this data URL encode?
Plugins. That did not get at it.
So that's get command, HTTP target.
Script install.
Nothing here says, Ayo, a frog doing hacking right now. Yup, we're doing hacking. We hacking, we having fun. All that good stuff. So observe the reverse shell. Okay. So PHP shell exec. I mean, this is a web shell, right? We can create our own web shell. Go to revshells.com. I don't know, get the smallest rev shell, smallest web shell possible. This one. Okay, and then echo it out.
The question is, do we need to enable all the security settings before it works? Or is it an issue of just the file needs to be...
How do we create zip files again? So it's zip
space
first file, second file.
Space dash R recursive directory. You have to do it in that order. If you do it like zip directory and then that's up at the end, it will fail. Allow everything. Give me everything. Save.
Okay.
Okay, we have all the permissions. Yippee. Now can we like... upload and install.
Okay, so what step are you at in the in getting the hack working?
Exclude files. Delete all exclusions.
Okay, so browse, upload, and install. We got our temp directory here. Bad plugin.zip. Not a valid grav package. Okay, so what does a valid grav package look like?
Oh, cannot be determined. Yeah, I can't just like give it an empty file. Google.
A grav package refers to the structure and content of a theme or plugin package for the grav CMS. Okay, so components of the grav package: YAML, blueprints.yaml, a README file, content demo. Well, I mean, the...
Okay, here we go. How about this? So...
minimal content to pass. So what is supposed to be inside blueprints.yaml? Just need to figure that out.
There's a ice link view to it.
Oh, okay. Hassan Hijazi. Hello, nice to see you here. And welcome to the stream. Okay, let's take a look at what OreoByte has. Grav plugin dev tools. Blueprints.yaml, I see it, okay. So I mean we can just copy this and use it exactly as is. Okay. And then try uploading it again. Direct install.
I have too many tabs open. And this
Upload and
application is
install.
really buggy.
Installation failed, not a valid grav package. So, what else do we need to include?
Grav package.
Okay, so blueprints.yaml is there. Authentication is required admin level. The vulnerability exists due to insufficient validation of the plugin upload feature. Full system compromise. Hassan says, look to structured directory and the files inside. Okay, well, I mean, we've got this thing here. devtools.php, devtools.yaml, blueprints. Let's see if we can grav plugin zip file. Plugin installation, plugin file content. Admin plugin.
What? How is this image related to the internet? Okay. For the 12 theme.
Manual installation, okay. Use the plugin, admin plugin. Browsing the plugins menu and clicking on the add button. Let's look at some common grav plugins. Admin panel sitemap. Okay, so obtain the zip file of the grav sitemap plugin. This can be found on the GitHub repository on getgrav.org. Downloads.
That did not work.
Social feed form. Okay, so oh man, I just downloaded a zip file for a legitimate grav plugin, and I guess I'll take a look at what's in here. Okay. Let's see. Create a directory, put the files inside, then zip the directory. I mean,
Yeah.
let's try unzipping this thing. Actually, no, we should probably do this inside another directory. Move. Okay, and then unzip the thing. There's a lot of files in here. We just need to include an extra file in here. I mean, I guess... Yeah, I mean, we just need to include the extra malicious file in here, and then it should be good. Okay, and then let's see, add zip file. Zip file, add file. For Linux, please. Latez Live says, join the Discord and Reddit. I'll be back whenever you stream again. Do you have a TryHackMe referral link? No, I don't have a TryHackMe referral link, unfortunately.
I think the referral link is in your account. Unless it's something else.
Oh, okay.
Right?
I'm not super familiar.
Where Let's see. Supposedly TryHackMe is some kind of another one of their promotional challenges where you can like, win a bunch of stuff,
Oh yeah.
and it seems like they want you to also make a video about their platform, I guess.
Oh, they want promotional stuff. What
I
does that what does that get you? Does it get you stuff?
It's their hack to win thing on TryHackMe,
Uh-huh.
and in the thing it says refer a friend.
Yeah.
Um,
Okay, so I successfully installed a plugin. Now I need to find out where the plugin landed, or where the files are.
all I was gonna say about that is if you win something from that, cool.
What?
From TryHackMe.
I mean, I've never won anything from TryHackMe. I've never, I've done a lot of stuff for their like advent events. I've never won anything. Then again, they've got a lot of people. Access the uploaded plugin's endpoint and trigger the payload. So where do we locate the endpoints for the plugins?
We'll just build this, see if it installs. And then see if it needs to be the same name or not.
Okay, so let's see. Plugins. Plugins. Is the server still up?
Does the box die?
I mean,
The box is still up for another 31 minutes.
Hold on. Let me see if I can access it.
Okay, well, the box is kind of stuck.
Okay, so Homicide says, bro's certain, basically saying, cuff me putting this live. Bro basically saying, cuff me putting this live. If I was doing anything illegal, can you point it out? I'm not doing anything illegal here. We're just hacking on legitimate platforms which are built for education stuff. But thank you very much for showing concern. Nobody actually records themselves committing crimes online. That's not a very smart thing to do. Has anybody?
What's your thoughts?
What are my thoughts on what? Yeah, let's restart this box.
Yeah, they used to.
They used to? Did they?
I feel like people still, because of the internet and people wanting to, yeah, I guess, show like, yeah, I do all this cool stuff. They end up recording the crimes that they're committing on accident without realizing what they're doing.
Yeah.
But what's your thoughts on all the like camera surveillance that Louis Rossman is talking about? And
camera surveillance? I mean, everybody's got cameras pointing every which way at all times. A lot of people. What?
Just take me back.
Take you back to
Google
where?
and YouTube search actually worked, and You didn't feel like you were surveilled 24/7 by everything everywhere?
I mean, when was the last time you felt like you weren't, there weren't, like, cameras everywhere? Maybe... back in the 2000s? Back in the 2000s. Like, early, 2000, 2001, 2002. Summer of 2000, of course.
Something like that, yeah.
Something like that. Huh, can't connect.
Is it still dead? Did you reset it?
Yeah, I resetted the box. Maybe it takes a little bit to come online. Nope, we can access the site now.
Oh. The clock is still ticking, which is weird.
No, it's always ticking. It's always ticking. Same username and password. That movie changed everything. Oh, The Matrix. Yeah. Okay, same password. Yeah, user pass. Okay. Does anybody want to create that user? Admin.
I'll do it.
I mean, let's see who gets it done first.
Oh, did you already do it? Yeah, you already did it.
Okay, okay. Great. So let's log in as admin. Alright, so let me try and... I mean, the last thing I remember doing was installing that plugin. Did you successfully get a... reverse shell? OreoByte?
No.
No? Okay.
I was trying to... Okay, whose plugin is the evil plugin? Is that you?
Evil plugin? Evil plugin.
Yeah.
I think I called mine the bad plugin. I didn't do evil plugin.
Okay, so I'll just change this to...
So what's the file path for accessing the plugin stuff? Is it admin plugins?
Well, I was just looking at something that out of path.
I don't even remember the name of the plugin I installed. Hold on.
This is different, but kind of the same. I'm not sure if it's in the same location.
Man, what's this thing called? Forms handling and processing. All right.
Was empty up, and I created a file I don't want.
Okay, so from here, where do we... How do we access the rest of these files directly?
Okay, install the plugin. Installation successful. Uh,
404. Okay, so...
what?
Grav, plugins, upload file path. Plugins, evil plugin. Huh. So let's see.
Why is all the plugin gone?
User plugins. User plugins not... User plugins. Forbidden. Forbidden, okay.
Is it forbidden because we need to give ourselves all the permissions?
Not sure.
Give ourselves all the permissions. Tools.
Okay, so I mean, Nginx is blocking me, says Ronan. Okay. Yeah. How is this addressed in the example here? Curl get.
Oh, I installed my modified version and it removes the plugin.
Not sure it's the path. Not. Yeah, I'm also not sure whether or not it's the path in this case. Let's.
Oh no.
What's wrong, OreoByte?
I am breaking the thing. We need to rebuild this.
Uh-huh. Oh, looks like we got ads going on Twitch. So I need to do one on YouTube. We'll be back in about 60 seconds.
Evil plugins, evil plugins. Well, let's start over. Echo.
Okay, let's put the birds away. Let's get back to the hacking.
that. No, don't log out. Ah.
Oh man.
Why is the login button right next to the tools button?
Okay, so let's see. So here's my IP address on.
Now I got page not working.
So data URL encode. Okay.
The box die. No.
It's a good question.
Well, that didn't work.
What? Box fell over. Internal server error. Hold on, let's try it again. No.
I think it's that gem.
What did we do before it died? What happened before it died?
I tried to backdoor the PHP with PHP, and then I put the plugin, and then it fell over.
Backdoor the PHP? You mean?
With the web shell.
Oh, okay.
And installed the plugin, and it didn't finish.
Well, how many more minutes do we have on? How much more uptime do we have on this thing? 17 minutes. Okay, let me restart the box. All right, so let's see if somebody must have. Okay, yeah, it looks like it's back up now. Somebody has to. This is the path for the admin plugin. So admin plugins admin, and the other plugins are user instead of admin for the path. Is that what we're supposed to understand it, Ronan?
Maybe it's because this plugin is like broken. Rebuild the plugin again.
So I think the safest way to do it is just to have the plugin be a web shell.
That's what I was trying to do.
Yeah.
Don't believe me.
No, I mean, I kind of assumed that you were trying to get a direct reverse shell.
No.
No? Okay. Okay, so
yeah,
all right, let's try doing this. Let's try installing these plugins again. Yay!
wait, now the admin page is gone.
As the admin page borked? Did we create an admin user? Edwin Seb, hello, nice to see you here.
Thought I found. Huh?
I don't. Yeah, I think the entire site has become unresponsive again.
So what? No, the main page is still there, just not the admin page.
Really? I can't get the main page.
Really?
Okay, I'm gonna reset the thing again.
Oh, it's just cached.
All right, I'm resetting it now.
Wait. No, I don't want to. spawn a private instance.
Private instance. They're trying to convince us to pay for their services. Okay, box is back up. Box is back up. All right.
Shouldn't take this long.
Who wants to create the admin user? OreoByte, are you doing it? I mean, I can do it too.
That is not the right hotkey to copy.
Oh, that's not the that's not where you put it in.
And you're credited.
Okay.
Well,
log back in. Time to install those plugins with a direct install.
so whose evil plugins those?
It's probably Ronin's. It's my guess. Okay, I installed my plugin. Let's see if I can get the web shell to work.
I wanted to back up the plugins.
Okay. Okay, so I'm getting 403 forbidden. So 403 forbidden. Oh, wait. Do we need to send a cookie with our curl request? We should probably send a cookie with the curl request, right?
Is the page not publicly accessible?
Let's see. Odin Mo on YouTube. Hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. You haven't done a Hack the Planet in a hot minute. Here you go.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Okay, let me see if I can get my cookies. Grav site something something, sure. Grav site admin? So how do we include cookies again? Is it -- cookies?
It's -b and then the cookie value equals blah.
Cookie value equals something? And what if we...
So like the cookie value could be like SS or BSSID equals cookie string.
Yeah. Curl.
Not save.
Okay, cookie name equals cookie value. If you need to send more than one, you need to separate them with semicolons. Okay, that makes sense.
Oh, it's just a little marked down. We just...
Second cookie. Odinmo says, why don't you use an extension like get cookies? I don't use it very... I don't interact with it very often. Maybe I should. Maybe I should get an extension for my web browser that'll help me get the cookies. -- cookies is unknown. So is it -b?
Or those block.
-b, okay. It's still giving me a forbidden. Hopefully Ronin is having a better time of this, but I can't get the I can't get the shell to work.
Your evil plugin shell?
No, mine's not evil plugin. Mine's just the form plugin. File not found. Yeah, I guess we're just getting forbidden.
Do you need to allow more than one mine type? This is just image.
We have to go into the settings for the application and start mucking around.
I'm just looking at the plugin, it just says... I don't know if it's required.
Okay, change user to admin in URL. Change user to admin in URL.
What you name your file in the plugin you created? I have too much stuff open.
Yeah, I mean, then it's just, if you change the name in the URL from user to admin, then you just get a file not found. Try to upload to. Try to upload also. Yeah, 403 forbidden. If you just try manually navigating to the user directory, that's also going to give you a forbidden. Okay, but if it's actually a page that doesn't exist, it'll give you an error 404. So I mean, what that means that the file definitely exists. So user plugins does exist. This exists. But we don't have access to... Why is everything forbidden? That doesn't seem right. Uh-oh. Did the server fall over again?
I didn't upload anything. I gotta grab. No, I don't want to get grab. I just want like. I just want like. I guess
I'm not getting responses from the server anymore. How about you?
This documentation is for like 17, but it's not like the subversion.
Ronan says, "I think it's my bad this time." Ronan, let us know what you were trying out. Maybe we can pinpoint. Maybe we can pinpoint what's actually going wrong. Okay. Bang, hello, Bang. Nice to see you on here on Twitch. Okay.
The version is from 2023. Oh.
Gateway timeout. How much more time do we have on this thing? We don't have very much time left on... We have about 4 minutes, so we might want to wait it out. But Ronan says they restarted. Okay. So I wonder if there are other instances of Grav being taken advantage of. So that we can look at some stuff. So let's see. Proving Ground Astronaut. Okay, so we see. I mean, I see another I see a write-up for some other CTF box that had to do with Grav CMS. Okay, I'm gonna read this write-up. It's not for the for the challenge we're doing right now, but it's got the same technology.
I think I found a tool. Maybe? Maybe? Can we just cheat our way to victory with this tool?
And are they using the same thing? I don't think they're... don't think they're using the same method to get in. Anyways, okay, it's not relevant.
Guys, doesn't seem malicious. And we don't need any like odd dependencies, which is good.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, 2 minutes. Can we achieve this in 2 minutes?
Adimo says, did you try BY-Bass? ByBass? ByBass. I've never heard of ByBass. Has anybody here heard of ByBass? No, I don't. I've never heard of that. Okay, so we're talking about Grav. I think we're dealing with the different... we're dealing with something different. This isn't Grav. Okay. Well.
That's target sample.
Bypass. Vivance? I'm not sure. Okay, so I think... yeah. So the machine's going down in under a minute. Then we can try again. Vivance. That sounds familiar. Is that some sort of medication?
How much time is left in the box? Or is it just gone?
20 seconds.
Oh boy.
Oh, okay. Frackery says that Vivance is a medication for ADHD. Alright. So the machine should be shutting down. I'm going to restart it. My notifications. What is in my notifications? Okay, so Grav should be coming back online. Machine is powered off. Power up the target. So there's got to be some reason why this is an expert box. If you take a look at the chemicals, it's really close to the bad drug, the Breaking Bad drug. Alright. So we should be able to access the box now again. Yep.
Yeah, this cheated. Okay, we're in.
What? Who cheated what? What are you talking about?
I cheated! I used somebody else's tool.
Whose tool did you use?
Even though it's Python, so it's technically OCP safe for anybody
Who's interested in? Yeah, okay. Now let's send the link for the GitHub or whatever.
I cheated.
Using somebody's okay. I'm still locked till the end. You still running duos? Duos? That's not auto recon. Neems. Neems, hey, what are you talking about? You say you're talking about being locked?
I thought auto recon crashed my computer, but
Auto
that
recon.
wasn't the case. So
All right, let's take a look at this Python script. I mean, you shouldn't feel. I don't think you should feel bad.
export term. Okay, so here's the deal. Auto recon is powerful. You just need to configure it.
Oh, yeah, like legitimate.
As in, you need to actually learn how to use the tool. You can't just fire it and expect to win, just like any other tool. My argument with auto recon is I didn't feel like I was being very precise,
Okay.
which came down to just getting better at manual recon, which was a meme.
What? Oh, okay.
Wow, such a hard pro escalation. No way. Wow.
So why is this an expert box?
Wow.
I guess the expert portion of the box is finding somebody else's script.
They made 11 months ago.
Okay, so how do you run this thing? Where's the example?
You just supply a command with a path. It was basically like using that exec almost.
Okay.
Wow.
So admin, the password is the same as all the other times?
Oh my shell is frozen. My shell!
Neems asks, are we working collaboratively? Yeah, we're working on the same box. We're collaborating.
Oh, my shell died.
Your shell died?
I got it back. Don't die, shell.
Okay, we've got a target.
I ran the same command twice for some reason. Command sudo user bin eval and we're done. Wow.
Okay, well, I don't know if the script actually worked or not.
It's because it's blind.
Oh, it's
This says
blind.
executing.
Okay, well,
Ta-da! Oh, and this.
now the real work begins, writing the script. Sorry, writing the report, of course.
You need to create a new process because when the Python script fails, it will kill your current process, and if you like run bin bash again with interactive, it'll maintain your shell because it will kill the extra batch process. Oh, gotta love it. Okay, that's what killed my shell. Awkward.
Awkward.
I wonder what I'm doing. Okay, since we have access, let's figure out where this plug out. My shell died. My shell. Okay.
Oh wait, we're dealing with what is it? What is it called? This is EchoCTF. That means you have to use the the venom to create the binary.
Well, I already have all the flags, so
Oh yeah.
I'm not gonna submit them, of course, because that would kill the box. But
Wait. How many flags are there? Is there
Only
just
two.
is there just one flag?
Those two.
Oh, there's two. Okay. So I mean, I'm assuming that the privask is not very complicated since you were able to get it in under a minute.
Okay, well, you're working on that. I'm gonna bounce back to the machine.
Okay.
Well,
No problem.
While you're
While I'm, figuring out what to do with my life, all that other good stuff. Philosophy.
Hey, that's my line.
Is that your line?
I guess. I
Uh,
don't know. I just wanted to look for how the file is being set on the server.
okay. And oh wait. So is Ronan still here? Ronan, if you're still here, give us a shout out.
Oh,
Okay, so we've got our connection here. Ronan says hey. Ronan, have you gotten a reverse shell on the target yet? And were you here when we started sharing the script that we used to get access? Let us know.
okay. Go back to this quick box. I mean, flash. So just broke it.
An error occurred.
How are you running the command? Oh, you don't put a forward slash in the end of your target.
You don't put a forward slash at the end of the target?
If you look at the example, if you do -H, it shows the target doesn't have a forward slash at the end.
Oh, okay. Okay, so Ronan, we're using this script over here. Huh, it still says an error occurred. So what's wrong with my wget command? Maybe there's no wget.
Yeah, maybe
Maybe there is no wget. So
actually there is wget, but maybe we can't write to the directory.
maybe. Oh. Yeah, maybe we need to put it in...
Capital O, the temp.
Maybe we need to put it in temp. No, looks like it's still not going.
That is...
Frackery asks, have you guys reviewed the source code?
I was gonna try to, and then I lost my shell. You could try like enabling SSH in as root, but
Wait.
I didn't get it in time. I think
Is
it's
this...
one.
Is the machine still up? Because I'm getting some... I'm getting... some weird general errors here. Yeah,
Yeah,
it
I
looks
think
like
it died.
the box died.
It's dead, Jim.
Okay, let me reset it. All right. Reset the box.
Okay, so Flash.
Yeah, you
Script
getting...
fuzzing didn't really do anything. There's no like vhost. It's just that page. Where's my rip suite?
All right, time to make the admin user again.
We have an endpoint which is basically just JSON and some like scrolly thing. I want to clear this out.
Okay, so admin user has been created again. Yay. Okay, so that seems to have gone off. Alright, so I successfully uploaded my reverse shell binary. Now we just need to make it executable and then run the darn thing. Okay, so do I get a shell? It looks like I got a shell. How come... Wait, did my shell die? It looks like my shell died.
Because the script stops running. And when the script stops running, you lose your current process.
Oh, really?
Teehee.
Teehee, okay. So how did you, when does the script stop running, though?
When you go back to it, it says, oh, unable to generate pivot URL.
Yeah,
When it
okay.
errors out. I use the fork, kinda. I bash fork, and then it still died anyways. I did something like this. And it still died, so.
Alright, time to get this stuff done fast then. Okay, got my user flag. And then I guess I'll get my my root flag nice and quick. I think we can submit the user flag without taking down the without taking out the machine.
User flag.
Okay, I just submitted the user flag.
No, I just want...
Okay, so
I mean, I wanted to try to do this.
maybe it's me. I won't touch it this time. So, Ronan, what did you do last time that you... What was the thing that you did last time that you think might have taken down the machine? What? Okay, sure. I see the privask.
Ah. Isn't it super difficult?
It really depends on what...
Stable. Form to do is...
Oh, yeah. Why don't you try the other script? Ronan, why don't you try this one? This one works. Okay, so command sure.
This has... Work to do was...
Oh. What was the other thing?
The other flag or the other...
Okay, let me look back. Okay.
Oh, you know what tool I haven't run in a long time?
What'd you say?
What was it called? It was like your generic web analyzation tool. Forgot.
Wait, what's wrong with this thing?
Oh, I forgot. No, it's not.
Zap gang? I don't know if we're...
No, not Zap. The only reason why you use Zap is for the times where you need to encode part of the request and you don't want to like create a word list by encoding, where you set a filter that says, like, let's say you're doing maybe every request that sets it to be encoded as like an MD5 sum or something as like the string. You would just set it in Zap to be the filter, so every time you send a password, it would be encoded or whatever. That's the only situation I would see Zap being useful.
No target specified, no make file. Okay, so we're looking for make. So we're privilege escalation. www.witch. Trowitch Twitch. Smartistist. Hello, nice to see you here. Okay, so makefile, privilege escalation. So we need to create a makefile. In order to run a bash command using make, 8-bit boy tries try creating an empty makefile just to see. So makefile. Okay, let's like just touch, right? Touch.
Oh, it's called what web?
What web? Think this is
That's
gonna
what it's
work?
called.
Make no targets. Stop. So
As far as rating,
hack smarter, not harder. What's going on? Hack smarter is raiding with the party of 19. Thank you very much. Hack smarter. Let's my name is the Shy Hat. Let's give everybody a hack the planet. Hack the planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Okay,
it's called what web.
so maybe I need some instruction. OreoByte, how did you use the make binary to get privilege escalation on this thing? Thank you very much for following, Aether.
I just did the GTF opens, but I did full path to make.
So you just need to provide the full path to make?
Yeah. Because it's like user bin make.
Let's get rid of this make file. So you use the exact GTFO bins command?
Yeah, I used the GTF opens. I changed the set command.
Because it's not working for me. So you said
You could set the command to chmon bin bash. I did the sudo. I just copied the command from the sudo example.
yeah, I mean I did too, but for some reason it's
But
not
the only thing I changed was I did full path.
full path.
Yeah.
Okay. Strangely, it's not working here. But yeah, Hack Smarter viewers, hello, nice to see you here. My name's the Shy Hat. I do cybersecurity stuff here on Twitch. To anybody who doesn't follow Hack Smarter is another great cybersecurity channel. Let's give them a shout out. Hack_Smarter. They do pretty frequent live streams covering all sorts of great cybersecurity topics. Hack smarter, not harder. That is the mantra. So sudo. So the command was.
Oh, it's final recon innocent tool.
No target specified, no makefile found. Stop. That's strange. You didn't make command, I think, says Sidfo. Sidfo, hello, nice to see you here. Anther1988, and who else is Zaba? Zaba, Nightman. Everybody from the raid, hello. Do you offer one-on-one tutoring? I mean, you can join the Discord. We don't really do one-on-one tutoring, but we can have a conversation, and I can tell you, I can give you some advice on what you might want to take a look at. So the command equals this thing, sudo.
Okay. Final recon doesn't seem like a very helpful tool. I mean, it's helpful, just not what I need. Next.
You have to make the makefile. In this file, you can write the command. Okay. Do the makefile, write the command. Let's just ask. Want to do privilege escalation with the sudo make command. What should we put in the make file? Can you show what you did with the elf reverse file? Yeah, so the elf reverse file, we created it. Did we do that here? Hold on, I think I did that over here. Yeah, so I did something like this, but sub in your own. Sub in your own port and IP. I uploaded the file using the script, and then I made it executable, and then I ran the script. And then I ran the binary, rather. Join the Discord, yay! Thank you very much, Nightman. Much appreciated. Okay, did I lose my shell? I don't think I lost my shell. Oh, okay. It's because... Okay, so just, reverse shell. Clean this. Just this. Sudo make clean. Okay, I mean, I guess I could upload this thing as well. Hold on. Let's see, what was this? Legolo NG is my reverse shell saver. I mean, most of the time we don't need something as complicated as Legolo NG. I have used Legolo NG before. OreoByte, you've used it too, right? Anther1998 says, what are we solving in this stream? So we're just, go on.
Basically, I think it's a great tool. It's a more robust and flexible version of what you'd probably try to cheat with like SSH shuttle.
Yeah.
Because you can rely on like having credentials for SSH. You just spin it up and you're done.
Let's see. Who are we talking to? It was, VGA H2O says, Tyler, one of the greats. Let's see. Anther asks, what are we hacking right now? So we're hacking this challenge right over here. It's from EchoCTF. And EchoCTF is another Cal McCamic. Cal McCamic, hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream.
So,
nope.
W5.
What's my IP address?
Source.
What's going on? Kyle McCamic is just subscribed on YouTube. Thank you very much. Much appreciated, Kyle McCamic. Okay, so let's see. Clean. Yeah, okay, this is going to create a reverse shell. Create that make file, and then host it, and then upload the darn thing. Okay, upload the darn thing. Where are we doing it? Over here.
Box turned off.
Okay, we're getting ready. Okay, so what kind of messages are we exchanging here, guys?
There must be like a...
Must be what?
I don't know, maybe it's like an emote we don't have.
Maybe. Hamid asks, what attack is this? So we're running a script, and this is the GitHub repository for the attack. Okay, so we got the make file here, and we run sudo make clean. Makefile missing separator. Missing separator. What? What is this error here? What is this make error message? Let's see. So that's going to be the thing at the... There has to be a semicolon at the end of the bash line. Okay, I don't... Let me take a look. So we need a semicolon at the end of this thing. You likely use spaces instead of tabs to indent the commands in your makefile. Oh man, really? Is that really a thing? Okay, sure. Ah, we need to use a tab. That's funny. That's funny. Okay, let's do it again. Okay, let's upload the thing again. Okay, and let's go back. Alright, so before we do this, we need to create another, what is it called? Another reverse shell listener. We got a reverse shell listener, we've got our... It still says missing separator. DeepSeek is really good for debugging. It can be, it can be. It still says missing separator. What else could be the issue? Also try giving the full path for make. So sudo user bin make. It still says missing separator. Use actual tab characters, not spaces, for indentation.
Is that a VAP parameter?
Let's see, DeepSeek, the only thing you need for your private engineering says, well, listen, you're giving your data to somebody. If, oh man. OreoByte, does using DeepSeek make you a communist?
I don't think I have enough knowledge to answer that question.
Yeah, okay.
If you use a tool that was created by somebody else against them, are you with them or are you against them?
It's a good question.
That makes me okay. So wasn't the SR-71 Blackbird, most of the material was titanium? Didn't they get that from Russia? Or I guess the Soviet Union at the time? like, didn't they just create a shell company to get titanium from the Soviet Union to build the thing that they were going to use to spy on them? Wasn't that the story?
Anther says, any specific reason to choose DeepSeek over ChatGPT? I mean, I just use... These days, I pretty much use all of the LLMs kind of interchangeably. I don't notice too much of a difference between most of them these days. But what's your opinion, OreoByte?
Opinion about what? Sorry. What is my... Oh, like, for using that LLM?
Yeah, what's your preferred LLM? If any.
I've always stuck with ChatGPT because I'm just familiar with it. I think I tried DeepSeek a little bit, then kind of was like, well, isn't this owned by this institution, and then went back to ChatGPT. But I feel like every LLM, unless you're hosting it yourself, has some level of risk.
Different LLMs, different performance on different tasks. True Twitch says Anthropic for code all day. ChatGPT for documentation.
Oh. Sentinel Reflex, thanks for the follow. Sorry I missed your follow 10 minutes ago.
Is this what it's supposed to look like?
As I tried to... see if I could do anything with this thing without crashing the box.
Oh man. Just for fun.
And where do my car requests go?
Neem says, I just found a PCAP file, what should I do? Well, I mean, take a look at, open up the PCAP file in Wireshark, and try following the conversation. So right-click one of the packets, select follow HTTP conversation or follow TCP conversation, see if you can find some relevant info. That's usually what you need to do for most of the easy level challenges that involve PCAPs. Okay. You could also run strings. Although strings might not be as successful.
So, is there any, like, files that were sent over the... like, text files or plain text files you can carve out of your PCAP file? Okay, let's think.
Still says missing separator. What the heck? Oh, there's makefile and makefile 2? Oh.
There, internal server error. Boom.
So how do you... what if there's more than one
Right.
make... oh, jeez. Anyways.
Okay, well... JSON... oh, come on, type. JSON, internal, server, error, introduction, something. So supposedly there's a way to crash the box through the to-do list.
Yep.
We probably don't want to do that, because, so... is there such a... oh, did you try to...
What? What did I try?
maybe try changing directories before, and then do make.
Oh, the directory?
Because I did it in the original. When you get your shell, whatever directory you're currently in, I did in that directory. So maybe change directories. Try again.
Okay.
Like change directories at temp or something.
Following the conversation led to credentials. Yeah, that's usually how it goes in the easy one. Oh, I think the box fell over.
Oh, okay. Well,
yeah.
In that case, then the shy has more right than me.
What? What were we talking about?
I was suggesting looking at files.
Oh, I mean, yeah. It's usually not that complicated when they include PCAPs in the easy challenges. Okay, we need to restart the target. Okay. And Ronan, you still there? The user flag. Yeah, you can go ahead and put on the user flag. Ronan, did you manage to get the privest to work? I'm not too sure what's going wrong with my... Okay, let's do this thing again.
So it seems like we might have to do some type of injection of JSON
in the Flash.
Field.
Yeah.
Yeah, or some type of something. Because I got to error, but okay, then it crashed though. Oh, I think I broke it. Did I break it? No, I didn't break it completely. So I assume that it's getting URL encoded, so it's not breaking. Right. Yeah. So if we do like... Or am I just getting an internal server error because junk? And this isn't what I think it's doing.
Okay, we've got shell access again. Okay.
I just
User bin make. So Pirios Titan says Oh, Pirios Titan, we don't necessarily need to use the bash one. I mean, the bash reverse shell, I find it a little bit unreliable for these EchoCTF boxes. I usually go with uploading a reverse shell binary that we run.
Yeah, for some apparent reason, EchoCTF boxes do not like bash reverse shells and potentially freeze the machine. And we don't know why, it just happens. If you're successful with a bash reverse shell and it doesn't break on you, congratulations. You are very lucky. But for us, it just shatters. Did that break it? No, it's still here.
Oh well, let's try uploading the darn file again.
Check out the routes to get started.
Oh wait, I can just run this from my reverse shell. Jeez, why am I doing this? Okay. Okay.
You'll go quick, and then quick will be reach your destination. Quick and quick. Ah.
Okay, I think I knocked over the server with my make file.
Can I submit the flag to reset the box?
Yeah, you can you can submit your root flag if you want.
Okay. Well, maybe this isn't it, but I gotta.
Sorry, Ronan. I think I knocked over the box. So, OreoByte, could you walk me through the command you used to? You just copied the GTFO bins commands one for one.
Okay, so yeah. So there's probably a stream delay, but with my I don't want that to be like up here. So basically, for starters, use the script to wget into bash. Is the box running? Okay. And then get a shell.
Thank you very much for following Purios Titan. Thank you.
Box dead. Or is it because we have to recreate the user?
Okay, I think I might need to. I may need to dip out because it's already past when I usually stop for these streams. You know what? Let's talk about the last stream we're going to be doing this week. So everybody, we're going to be doing a stream on Friday. We're going to be doing human resource machine. We're going to be doing Python programming. We're going to be doing reverse engineering. And we're going to be taking a look at Active Directories with Windows, with the little module they have on TryHackMe. It's actually a pretty good one. It's got a number of different Active Directory machines that are all connected together. And that's what we're going to be doing on Friday. So OreoByte, are you okay being rated?
But real quick, so just get a shell.
OreoByte, can you hear me?
I hear you. Just you asked about showing how I did it, and I'm kind of doing that. Script. Already did that. Export terms of term. Raw -echo FG enter. We'll cd into temp. And then we'll do RGTF opens, which is just setup command TSH.
Where are you sending all this stuff to?
I'm just doing it here.
Oh, are you doing it on stream?
Yeah. Keep that, and then bash SI, we're done. Okay.
Wait. Could you copy paste the last just the prevest commands just so I don't feel crazy? Just paste them in the chat.
I will send them on Discord. I just want to like provable. Put that over there, please. Don't link my stuff.
I think it's the sudo one. Yeah, I'm gonna have to check in on this thing. For some reason, it's not working for me. But anyways, let's. I'm gonna raid into OreoByte's channel. I need to get myself some food pretty badly.
I need food too, but I kind of want to tinker with the flash machine a little bit longer.
Okay, everybody, we're gonna raid into OreoByte's channel. Everybody, thank you very much for coming to today's stream. We'll be doing one last stream on Friday. Hope to see you there. And if you're not part of the Discord community, then you can join over at this link over here. All right, everybody. Have a great rest of the week. We will see you on Friday. Raiding into OreoByte's channel in 3, 2, 1. HackerFrogs out. All right, OreoByte, thank you very much, as usual, for being a excellent collab partner. And yeah, hope you have some. Hope you finish the box over at Flash.
I'm not really sure what to do. Doing the whole sending bogus data just gives you internal server from a page that says there's a way to crash the machine, but I think that's patched.
All right, OreoByte, I'm gonna go get some food. Have fun hacking. All right.
Okay. See you on the next one.